Chapter 765. I'm going to add more chapters for Uncle Ben 123. Hey, Juliet. Long time no see. Have you been well? Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand and looked at Juliet with joy. Pfft. Prince Beno couldn't help but lower his head and spit out a mouthful of milk. Juliet looked at Jiang Shao with a resentful gaze just now and said those words. However, no one expected Jiang Shao to be so shameless. His attitude suddenly changed, and he even said those words. Sophia frowned slightly and looked at Beno in displeasure. Juliet, who was at the side, said helplessly, "Toxic healer, you've used too much force." Jiang Shao scratched his head and deliberately lowered his tone. "Hello, Miss Juliet. Why didn't you go to China to play with me?" Juliet smiled and said, "I'm training, improving, searching for star pets, avoiding blind dates. I'm very busy." Jiang Shao blinked. "Blind dates? Are you guys doing that too? Aren't you guys free to date?" Dong, dong, dong. Beno wiped his mouth with a tissue and drummed his fingers on the table. "Let's get down to business." Jiang Shao immediately retorted, "What business? You're not telling the truth at all. You tricked me all the way here from China, and yet you want me to go to the sea with you? Do you know what it means to go to the sea in China?" Beno asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao said, "Yin percent hashtag at forget it. Tell me, why should I go to the sea with you?" Beno said, "You'll get," Jiang Shao interjected. "Stop talking about the prince's respect and gratitude. You're all bluffing. Give me something practical." Sophia suddenly asked, "What do you want?" At the side, Juliet stretched out her hand. A thin vine passed through the bottom of the table and gently touched Sophia's ankle. "Huh?" Sophia turned to look at Juliet. Juliet smiled and said, "He's just mischievous. He's not the kind of person you think he is. Since he defeated you, you have to show him some respect." Sophia nodded thoughtfully. She no longer cared about this matter and let Beno handle it. "Second princess is right," Jiang Shao said. "Why am I not such a person? If it wasn't for the prize for the World Cup champion, I wouldn't even participate in the World Cup." Juliet was speechless. Beno thought for a while and said, "You have the right to choose the star beads obtained from the deep sea. This check is for you. But what if you get nothing in the deep sea?" Beno continued, "You know nothing about that place. I'll explain it to you, and you'll be interested. Have you heard of Atlantis?" Jiang Shao asked, "Are you talking to me about myths again?" With an anxious expression, Beno said, "An archaeological team once found evidence of the existence of Atlantis in the Mud Bay in the south of our Sima Kingdom. There are also underwater pyramids at the bottom of the western sea of the Republic of Portugal. That is a relic that truly exists." Jiang Shao nodded and asked, "So?" Beno, "So? Are you a star warrior? You're not interested in these things?" This time, many countries in the northern part of the North Atlantic Ocean are affected, and the root cause is not on their side, but on our side. Jiang Shao scratched his head. "Like termites? They build a nest in your house and gnawed on your neighbor's house? Huh?" Beno was stunned for a moment and thought, "What kind of peculiar example is that?" "Forget it. I won't refute you as long as it's beneficial to me." Prince Beno nodded repeatedly. "You're actually not interested in the door of the dimensional space in the ruins of the ancient civilization? Under normal circumstances, those deep-sea beasts won't appear in the coastal waters. We won't even be able to see them. This is a great opportunity for us to understand the ocean and marine life." Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Hasn't the storm subsided here? You didn't destroy the dimensional space door?" Prince Beno hesitated for a moment and looked at Sophia. Sophia nodded slightly and remained silent. Prince Beno said softly, "People have some misunderstandings about the calm of the storm this time. They all think that we destroyed the dimensional space door. In fact, that's not the case. I have some news here. We don't have the ability to enter and destroy the holy ground at all. Most of the batches of soldiers didn't make it back. In desperation, we can only guide those deep-sea beasts to the direction of the central Atlantic Ocean and go deeper into the sea." Jiang Shao was slightly shocked. This was barely a solution, but it didn't solve the root of the problem. If the underwater dimensional space door still existed, then the risk would always exist. This, Prince Beno said, "Fortunately, There aren't many creatures in that mysterious sea-dimensional space, and the frequency of them surging out is not high. Jiang Shao said, "Don't tell me that your so-called exploration is to drag me with you to destroy the holy ground? Are you kidding me?" Prince Bino said, "The areas where the dimensional spaces are open are all heavily guarded. How can we go in? We just want to explore the surroundings and broaden our horizons. Knowing nothing about the situation in our own sea is simply an insult to us. I don't deserve to be called the Sea Burial King." "What do you mean you don't deserve to be called the Sea Burial King? Aren't you one yourself? Your Starry Sea stage, great magic goddess sister, is sitting right in front of you. It's reasonable for you to have such an intention, but I don't even know how to swim, so why should I talk to you?" While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at Juliet, who was playing with flowers and grass, and thought to himself, hidden beneath that beautiful skin is also a suicidal heart. Sophia asked, "What's the reward for the World Cup?" Jiang Shao immediately perked up and said, "The Dark Sky Star Bead." Sophia nodded and said, "It's one level lower. Go ahead." Jiang Shao finally found the real difference between Prince Bino and Sophia. It was this bearing, this faint dignity that had not yet matured, but was already beginning to show signs of maturity. For people like Sophia and Juliet, their temperament, words, and actions seemed to be carved out of the same mold. They seemed to have received similar education and training, and it was difficult to distinguish between the two of them. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao had completely distinguished Sophia and Juliet. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "If it's one level lower, give me 3 star beads with the space parcel star technique that can carry living things." Juliet stroked her long blonde hair and looked at Sophia with interest, looking forward to Sophia's response. Jiang Shao had indeed mentioned a star bead of a lower level, but there was no qualitative difference. What he wanted was also a star bead of the space series, which was also extremely precious. Sophia said calmly, "Even if you're a mercenary, you have to be paid. I've made a request, and you've responded within the scope of my request. Everything is reasonable, so I'll agree to it." Jiang Shao nodded gently. "But you have to know," Sophia looked at Jiang Shao quietly and continued, "we're no longer friends, but employers and employees. You're well aware of the value of the reward you proposed. In that case, you should be even more aware of how high my expectations of you will be." Jiang Shao suddenly smiled, and his sudden change in attitude even caught Prince Bino off guard. The humble Jiang Shao, who was giving the 2 kings of sea burial a way out, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an arrogant and conceited star warrior. As for whether he was really conceited or not, it would depend on everyone's judgment. Jiang Shao said, "You won't be able to find another doctor like me in the galaxy." Prince Bino was dumbfounded and his mouth was agape. Did the little toxic healer really say that? At the side, Juliet's hand, that was lazily rubbing my Jin's long hair, also paused for a moment. The little toxic healer didn't say under the galaxy, but under the galaxy. That's a little interesting. Does the so-called under the galaxy include the galaxy stage? Including the Starry Sea stage? In this world, were there really Starry Sky level powerhouses? In that case, the little toxic healer's words meant that he was at the top of the medical auxiliary star warriors on Earth and within the known scope of mankind. Taking a step back, if the galaxy stage wasn't included, it seemed to be an impressive feat to dominate the medical auxiliary star warriors in the galaxy stage. However, judging from the little toxic healer's attitude, he didn't seem to be referring to the medical auxiliary star warriors in the galaxy stage. Sophia was slightly stunned. She seemed to have found the confident look Jiang Shao had when he was standing on the grass by the lake in the early morning. Sophia smiled and said, "Maybe we should spar again." Jiang Shao said, "If you lose faster this time, will you increase the price for me?" Jiang Shao would only cower to certain people when it was time to be a coward. However, it was now the time to fight for his own interests and show his strength and attitude. Why should he be a coward? There's no reason to be a coward. Ahem. Prince Bino coughed lightly. He couldn't stand the tension. After all, Jiang Shao was a teammate whom he had coaxed into joining him. In the future, they would have to explore the bottom of the sea together. As a mercenary, He had to have the awareness of being a mercenary. As long as the money was in place, he would be able to break all glass. If you give me another 10 space star beads, I'll not only accompany you to the mysterious sea, but I can also accompany you into the space portal at the bottom of the sea. Anyway, I want to broaden my horizons and see the world. Is Jiang Shao here to help out? Who's a fool? Jiang Shao had applied for leave from various parties and worked so hard to fight for the opportunity to participate in the elite invitational tournament, all for the sake of the baby divine pets. Helping Bino defeat Sophia would also be considered a form of repayment to Prince Bino. If it was a mission from the Chinese army and second last, or Qin Wangshuan gave the order, Jiang Shao would definitely risk his life for it. He would never mention anything about remuneration. Jiang Shao was very clear about his identity and position. However, Jiang Shao didn't intend to play with them for free since they were risking their lives to explore the mysterious bottom of the sea. As Prince Bino coughed gently, Jiang Shao changed the topic at the right time. He looked at Sophia and said, "As you said, I reached the threshold of star transformation when I was in the galaxy stage. It's different from conventional star transformation and rules awakened. My star map, star transformation, is very interesting. It's an array formation. At this moment, the effects of the auxiliary type, star techniques in my star map will be different from what you know." It appeared. Jiang nonsense. Don't blush when lying. Fart. Jiang Shao then looked at Prince Bino and raised his head slightly. You have a good eye. Prince Bino nodded dumbly and said, Let's eat first. The exploration of the sea will have to wait until the end of the star pet competition. We have a long time to prepare. Juliet leaned forward and placed her elbows on the table. She rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head slightly. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her face, and she looked extremely beautiful. She stared at Jiang Shao with a pair of bright blue eyes and exclaimed softly, I seem to have seen you at the top of the World Cup again. Jiang Shao smiled and did not respond. He was indeed not like that usually, and he would only be in a better state during battles and during the World Cup. After all, the environment was different, the mission was different, and the goals were different. If Jiang Shao were to face Xia Yin, Gu Shi, and the others in such a manner in his daily life, it would be hilarious. Juliet smiled and said, In the World Cup, every time you fight, some people think that it's your luck. After 9 battles, you picked up the World Cup trophy and those voices gradually disappeared. However, no matter what objective evaluation others have of your abilities, they would still be underestimating you, right? Jiang Shao leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table while resting his chin on his hand. His actions were almost exactly the same as Juliet's. The switch between arrogance and naughtiness was complete. Jiang Shao looked back at Juliet and asked softly, Do you want to become my little fangirl? There was another chapter at 20 p.m. Top. Chapter 766. In the afternoon, in Little Baima's manor. Juliet and Sophia were nowhere to be seen, but Jiang Shao was stuck in the room by Prince Baimu, who was analyzing his opponents. Jiang Shao stood in front of the windowsill, holding a stack of documents in his hand and reading them diligently. Jiang Shao, are you done reading? Prince Baima's voice sounded behind him. I'm done. Jiang Shao looked down at the documents and casually replied, Why are there so few contestants? Prince Baimu sat on the sofa, smiled, and said, There aren't many contestants in every competition. You know, ordinary people aren't qualified to participate. Jiang Shao turned around and said, There are only 23 teams at most. It's too easy to get a ranking. Prince Baima nodded and said, Some countries have indeed been affected and some contestants haven't come. However, 23 teams is already a lot. After all, it's a team of 2. Most of them are here to relax. Jiang Shao grinned. Most of the nobles are either here to participate in the competition or to use the competition as a prelude to have fun. Jiang Shao said, You guys are really resourceful. The prize for the champion is so good, but not many people are tempted. By the way, we'll have a bye. Prince Baimu was speechless. Jiang Shao asked, Why? Isn't the competition held in your territory? Can't you handle such a small matter? Prince Baimu said, There might not be a bye. Initially, Sophia didn't intend to participate, but Juliet wanted to participate for fun. Maybe the two of them will decide to participate on the day of the competition. Jiang Shao nodded and asked, "They can decide on the spot? Your competition is really humane. By the way, what's your sister's star pet?" Prince Baimu said, "It's a mask-like creature called the Sea Soul Mask. It can only be used to its greatest effect when worn on a human's face. That's also the reason why Sophia doesn't intend to participate. However, Juliet's star pet is a rainforest civet, so she can wear Sophia's Sea Soul Mask." Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Rainforest civet? Sea Soul Mask? Oh my god, rainforest civet was something that Jiang Shao had read about in books. It was a powerful creature from the dimensional space in the depths of the Amazon rainforest and was definitely top-notch. However, Jiang Shao had never heard of the Sea Soul surface. If Prince Bino had not told Jiang Shao that the Sea Soul face was a mask-type star beast, Jiang Shao might have thought that it was a local snack in China. Prince Bino said with a grave expression, "They're all powerful pets of the platinum rank. If they participate in the competition, they will be strong opponents for us." Hee hee. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Believe it or not, my bear will roar and clear the place for you. What's the fanciful, messy stuff? Just hit it with the bamboo and be done with it." On September 8th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in a quiet manner far away from the city, the Elite Astral Pet Warrior Invitational Tournament officially began. In the past few days, Jiang Shao and Prince Bino had been studying their opponents together and practicing the cooperation and combat methods of their astral pets. They were full of confidence. At this moment, Jiang Shao was sitting in a magnificent hall in the manor, listening to a talk show with nearly 100 contestants at a small table. Yes, the opening ceremony of the invitational tournament was really special. They had actually invited a famous talk show actor. Amidst bursts of laughter and polite applause, the talk show actor bowed and left the stage. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked up. Along with him were two people carrying a large glass fish tank. The fish tank was not filled with fish, but a bunch of small white balls. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Honorable ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Shao was sitting at the same round table with Prince Bino, Princess Sophia, and Juliet." Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Shao nudged Prince Bino's arm with his elbow and said, "Hey, I'll take a picture and post it on Weibo." Prince Bino was a little hesitant and said with a troubled expression, "It's best not to post it. It's best not to post anything about this competition." On the other side of the round table, Juliet said, "Xiaopi, let's take a picture later." "It's all right. I'll post it on Weibo too." The four of them were seated in a semi-arc. Prince Bino and Princess Sophia sat in the middle, while Jiang Shao and Juliet sat on either side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he retorted softly to Prince Bino, "Listen to my pronunciation, Xiaopi. Unlike you, you only know how to cut my, but every day." Prince Bino was speechless. "Number 6, so accurate, huh?" Jiang Shao looked at the man on the stage. He fiddled with the fish tank for a long time before taking out a small ball and unscrewing it to see that it was number 6. Jiang Shao and Prince Bino's team number was number 6. Prince Bino said softly, "Very good. We happen to be the hosts. Do your best and show everyone the true strength of the younger generation of the Shima Kingdom." Jiang Shao was speechless. Juliet smiled and said, "Don't draw number 7, okay?" Number 7 was Princess Sophia and Juliet's team number. In the end, the two of them still chose to participate in the competition and were prepared to play with everyone. In fact, Juliet was from the Unsetting Sun Kingdom, but she was not a member of the royal family. There were also 2 contestants from the Unsetting Sun Kingdom. Although there was a difference in nationality, this competition was not like the World Cup, where the competition between countries was not as intense. Hence, there were many cases of forming teams privately. Number 9. Jiang Shao watched as the man on the stage unscrewed another small ball. After seeing the number, he hurriedly scrolled through the photos on his mobile phone. Prince Bino was overjoyed. Clearly, he was more attentive than Jiang Xiao and immediately remembered which team number 9 belonged to. The snowman's siblings from the Reese Kingdom. Jiang Xiao's hand that was swiping the screen of his mobile phone stopped for a moment and said, "It's done." Prince Bino nodded and said, "You must be careful and show the demeanor of our kingdom. Don't let them lose too badly." Jiang Xiao glanced at Prince Bino angrily. "Who is from your kingdom?" "I am from the Republic of China." The opponent in the first round is really a little weak. Clearly, the siblings from the Reese Kingdom were really there to participate in the competition. Perhaps they wanted to get away from the palace and come there to have some fun. They did not have any ulterior motives for the ranking. This team was one of the few contestants who came to participate with gold-quality star pets. The star pets used by the siblings were very cute. They were two adorable snowmen that were said to be from the snowfield dimensional space of the Reese Kingdom. Yes, the name of the dimensional space was the same as the name of the snowfield dimensional space in the Beijiang province of China. However, the creatures of other dimensions were vastly different. What was in the Beijiang snowfield? The white ghoul, the primary mentor of millions of newbies, and the white ghoul witch, the trampler of millions of Stardust newbies. What was in the Reese snowfield? A cute, chubby snowman. When Jiang Xiao saw the photo of the siblings' star pets for the first time, he almost thought that he was looking at the Snowman brothers on a TV. It couldn't be helped, they really looked too similar. The star pets were made up of two snowballs, one big and one small, stacked together. The small snowball at the top was the head with black eyes, while the big snowball at the bottom was the body with 2 feet made up of small snowballs. He didn't even walk, but glided forward. The key was that the Reese siblings were also very cute. They wore red and blue clothes and scarves for their star pets. Although the snowmen were much cuter than the white ghouls and white ghoul witches, they were actual gold-quality creatures. They had high defense and were good at changing the surrounding weather and environment. The star warriors of the Reese Kingdom were also crying for help with the snowballs, although Jiang Xiao and Prince Bino's star pets were a whole grade higher than the snowmen. They still had to be careful and avoid failing miserably. While Jiang Xiao was thinking about it, he noticed that Prince Bino was waving in a certain direction. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw a young man and woman smiling politely and waving at each other. Both parties were harmonious and harmonious. It was really Jiang Xiao's expression froze. That figure. What a familiar figure. Jiang Xiao fixed his gaze on a girl with frighteningly fair skin who was obviously Nordic. The girl seemed to have sensed something as she turned around. When she realized that it was Jiang Xiao, a mysterious smile appeared on her face as she nodded at him gently. Jiang Xiao's heart stirred. This familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Isn't this the girl who chased me to school when I was in high school? What's her name again? Caesar? Putting aside her identity, the key was the time and purpose of her appearance. A memory that was hidden deep in Jiang Xiao's mind surfaced. During the spring festival a few years ago, a dimensional space that was filled with ugly stone statues and bull-faced statues was suddenly opened on Central Street of Jiangbin City. At that time, Jiang Xiao had a magical experience of going back in time. It seemed to be caused by a special star pet, and the girl who called herself Caesar found Jiang Xiao by tracking the aura of the mysterious star pet a few months later. She also made it clear that Jiang Xiao had the mark of the mysterious star pet on him. At that time, Jiang Xiao knew nothing about the mysterious star pet, so Caesar left Jiang Xiao. After a few years, the two of them never met again. When did she get here? Why didn't I notice her just now? Jiang Xiao hurriedly patted Prince Bino's arm and asked, "That girl, what's her identity?" "Which one?" Prince Bino looked in the direction that Jiang Xiao was pointing at, feeling a little confused. "Which one? There's so many people over there." "It's that." "Huh?" Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and wondered, "Where is she?" Behind him, a voice with an imperfect English accent asked, "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Xiao turned around and his heart tightened. "Isn't this too fast? What kind of speed is this? Not only is your face as pale as a ghost's, but your speed. You must be a ghost, right?" "Hello, Your Highness." "Hello, Your Highness." Caesar nodded slightly at Sophia and Bino, who had turned around to look at them. "Caesar, come and sit down." Vino hurriedly gestured for Caesar to sit down and asked Jiang Xiao curiously, "Do you two know each other?" "Yes." Caesar sat in front of the round table with her back facing the lot drawing platform. She didn't seem to care about the results. She faced the two youths of the Seymour royal family and said with a smile, "We met by coincidence." Jiang Xiao secretly criticized, "Coincidence? Coincidence my ass. I was just at the nebulous stage back then, right? You even threatened to tear my heart apart." Prince Bino laughed and said, "You're here to participate in the competition too. Which team member are you going to replace? Who invited you here? It seems that that person is determined to get the champion's prize." Caesar shook her head with a smile and said, "No, Your Highness. I'm just here to join the fun and watch the competition. There's good wine here. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Of course, feel free to taste it." Prince Bino waved his hand and looked very heroic. "That's right. You're a professional. If you participate in the competition, you'll be suspected of bullying others." Haha. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and sized up the female zombie opposite him. "Professional? What does that mean? Is this girl an astral pet trainer?" Caesar winked at Jiang Xiao and said, "Congratulations on winning the championship." "Oomph." Jiang Xiao humped angrily and said, "I have to thank you for not killing me." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere at the table suddenly stiffened. "Hee hee." Caesar covered his mouth and laughed. "You're so stingy. You still remember it?" Jiang Xiao looked at Caesar angrily and thought, "I've been threatened by you. Friend, why should I be angry with you?" Caesar suddenly leaned forward and hooked his finger at Jiang Xiao. "Huh?" Jiang Xiao leaned forward and whispered into his ear. With Jiang Xiao's current strength, he didn't have to be afraid of her playing any tricks. Caesar moved closer to Jiang Xiao's ear and whispered, "That was just a little joke. I didn't make things difficult for you in the end, right?" "Yeah." Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment. "That was the truth." Caesar whispered, "Also, I'm congratulating you for winning the championship. I'm not talking about the World Cup." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Then what championship were you congratulating me for? Could it be— Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was congratulating him for winning the championship of the Elite Invitational Tournament? Did she catch that mysterious astral pet? Caesar looked at Jiang Zhao's dazed expression and suddenly laughed out loud. With a mischievous smile on her face, she stretched out her index finger and tapped the wing of her nose. On the first day of October, looking for guaranteed monthly votes. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 767. Let's go, 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 go. Let's fight, yo. In a magnificent auditorium, the little princess was obviously not old enough to become an awakened. She yelled excitedly, attracting bursts of laughter and cheers. Caesar tilted her head and smiled at Jiang Xiao before leaving immediately and disappearing into the crowd. Her movement speed was clearly the same as everyone else's, but for some reason, Jiang Xiao always felt that his vision was blurred and the little zombie was gone. Toxic healer. Have you taken fancy to her? Juliet came to Jiang Zhao's side and teased him with a smile. Huh. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. No, no. Juliet chuckled. Hee hee. Come, take a picture. Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone and activated the camera mode to take a picture from the bottom up. No matter how thin Juliet is, you must show your double chin. However, Juliet was very concerned about her image and hurriedly corrected Jiang Zhao's angle. A few minutes later, the Toxic Healers discovered that the Toxic Healer had finally posted on Weibo again after a few months. Jiang Xiaopi is mischievous? Just posted from Huawei P10 plus look who I met. The captain of the Rising Sun City. Picture, although Jiang Xiao did not often post on Weibo and rarely appeared in the eyes of the world, his popularity did not decrease much, and the number of Weibo fans had also increased steadily, faintly breaking through 20 million. Before Jiang Xiao posted on Weibo, many people had already left comments on his latest Weibo, indicating that they were looking forward to the Toxic Healer winning the 2019 World Cup. After this latest Weibo post was posted, a large number of comments also flooded in. I saw the beautiful mist from the Rising Sun City again. By the way, did this miss kiss God Pie after the game? Bastard Jiang Xiaopi. Where did you go to have fun when you're not in school? Brother-in-law, can you send me a photo of you and sister? Brother-in-law misses your sister. I haven't seen her for a long time. Start a live broadcast, you bastard. Don't let me know where you are. You're really as thin as lightning and glowing. Toxic healer, take down the captain of the Rising Sun City. You're not young anymore. You're already an adult. You who loves to write. Yes. I order you to give birth to a baby immediately. See you at the World Cup in 18 years. Bullshit. What kind of stupid idea was that? God Pie is mine. Me. In the backyard of the manor, far away from the manor, Jiang Zhao's Wi-Fi was cut off, and he couldn't access the internet either. He originally wanted to play around with the toxic milk powder, but the conditions didn't allow it. Jiang Zhao finally shifted his gaze away from the screen of his mobile phone and saw what the body really looked like. It was simply a large-scale picnic scene. There were rows of tables with all kinds of food on them. On the wide lawn, there were round tables and chairs. There was a waiter in front of each table with a smile on his face, waiting for the guests to take their seats. Nearly 20 Star Warriors worked together to create a transparent defensive shield that was about half the size of a football field. In fact, compared to the dozens of contestants who were seated, the number of bodyguards who were nowhere to be seen was definitely doubled. A host with a microphone said in the soothing music, "There are 24 participating teams, and the first round has a total of 12 matches. Today, we will have 6 matches on this field. Let's begin the first round of the competition. The order will be decided by drawing lots. Team number 6 and team number 9, please enter." As soon as the 4 of them took their seats, Prince Bino and Jiang Xiao stood up again. Sophia symbolically cheered for the 2 of them with a sincere smile on her face, making it hard for Jiang Xiao to tell if it was real or not. Relax. Don't worry. Prince Bino was full of confidence every time he thought about the snowman siblings. He was already hopeless. A true powerhouse's greatest confidence should come from himself. However, Prince Bino's confidence came from his opponents. Come to think of it, it should have something to do with the environment that Prince Bino grew up in. After all, he had always been suppressed by Princess Sophia ever since he was young. In the World Cup, Prince Bino was also one of the few players who cried and cried when he found out that his opponent was Jiang Xiao. He even said that the organizers were rigged and didn't want him to advance. When the other contestants of the World Cup saw the results of the draw and found out that they were going to beat the Toxic Healer, they were all elated. The snowman siblings of Reese Kingdom smiled and hugged their friends around them to cheer them on. Under the guidance of the attendant, they walked into the field. Jiang Xiao and Bino also stepped into the field. As the last 2 entered, the defensive shield was closed again. Contestants, take note. The referee stood in the middle of the lawn and raised a small flag high in his hand. If one party voluntarily admits defeat or both star pets lose their ability to fight, the competition will end. If any star pet loses its ability to fight, it will not be able to attack again. Star pet owners are not allowed to participate in the battle or use any star techniques. They can only give verbal orders to their star pets. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation and they will be disqualified. Now, both star pets, please enter. On the opposite side, the Reese siblings summoned 2 chubby snowmen that were almost identical. They were about 1.6 meters tall and were larger in size, so they seemed fatter too. The 2 chubby snowmen were dressed in red and blue clothes respectively, each with a red and blue scarf. They were extremely adorable. The chubby snowman with the red scarf should be Reese's sisters. It was obviously livelier. As soon as it appeared, the green grass beneath the feet of the red scarf snowfield was covered with white snow. It twisted its plump body and spun around on its own. Its small hands, which are made of snowballs, gathered into snowballs and threw them in all directions. Wow! Ha! The lively and adorable chubby snowman attracted cheers and laughter. Although the strength of the star pet was not the best, the status of the Reese siblings was high. Hence, there would definitely be no awkward silence. Everyone present was more pretentious than the last. No one could find fault with their polite behavior. The younger sister of Reese Kingdom held her hand like a megaphone and shouted at Jiang Shao and Bino Bino, "Be gentle." Jiang Shao was speechless. Prince Bino waved his hand casually. Splat! A 30-centimeter-long, soft-bodied creature landed on the lawn. Its thick, white skin was speckled with red spots. The Dr. Erytheema's two antennae pointed at the grass and quickly contacted the surrounding information. Although the Dr. Erytheema did not have eyes, its antennae had a decent range of perception due to its biological characteristics. Of course, it also depended on how one put it. It would be inappropriate to compare the range of perception of its antennae with that of a normal perception type star technique. The range of perception of the Dr. Erytheema's antennae was probably not even comparable to that of a brass-quality perception type star technique. Roar! Wow! Dr. Erytheema. As soon as the Dr. Erytheema appeared, it attracted a series of exclamations. The Star Pet Invitational was only held once every 3 years, and Prince Bino did not participate in it last time. At that time, he was still preparing for the World Cup. This time, it was also the first time he appeared in his circle of friends with the deep-sea devouring doctor. The nobles were, of course, knowledgeable. Through their reactions, they also confirmed the rarity of the Dr. Erytheema. Jiang Shao also summoned his star pet. It's here. It's a divine pet from the mysterious east of Huaxia. This guy is impressive. I've seen a video clip of it tearing apart a dragon with its bare hands. It's so cute. How can it fight a dragon? It's said to be a creature from the bamboo forest dimensional space that just appeared 2 years ago. It only exists in China. I've seen pictures before. I know what a normal bamboo bear looks like. This one is a little special. It even has a flame hat on its head. Do all star pets have equipment now? As soon as the black and white candle bear appeared, the atmosphere at the scene completely exploded. It could be seen that everyone was no longer applauding out of politeness. Instead, they were really amazed. All of a sudden, countless mobile phones were pointed at the black and white candle bear, and the flashes were crackling. Jiang Shao was stunned and turned to look at Prince Bino. Aren't we not allowed to take photos? Aren't we allowed to post on Weibo? Prince Bino's lips twitched awkwardly, and he said, I don't think they're posting on Weibo. They might be posting on Twitter, Jiang Shao asked. Can I scold you? Prince Bino rubbed his short blonde hair awkwardly and laughed to hide his embarrassment. Your star pet is too rare. It's so cute, but wouldn't want to take a photo of it. When Dr. Erytheema appeared in the arena for the first time, he was also photographed crazily. Jiang Shao squatted down helplessly and rubbed the sleeping bear. He then patted its furry buttocks and said, Get up, it's time to get to work. Huh? The bear lay on the ground, rubbed its eyes, and tried its best to raise its head. It glanced at Jiang Shao and realized that there was no food in his hands. Hence, it lay down again and went back to sleep. Jiang Shao was speechless. Prince Bino continued, Most people have seen the scene of your pig bear fighting with the dragon. It has long been spread on the internet. Jiang Shao ignored Bino and knelt on the grass, leaning close to the bear's head. He then said softly, Ice-cold star technique. The white flames burning on the top of the black and white candle bear's head burned brighter. Huh? The bear opened its eyes again. Its head was ice-cold. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to say, Don't sleep yet, listen to me. Jiang Shao helped the bear up and made it sit on the ground. After several months of nourishment in the Scourge ruins, the bear's height and body size were already infinitely close to that of an adult bear. When it stood up, it was 8 meters tall and weighed about 240 kilograms. Jiang Shao stood behind it and held its furry head with both hands. He then aimed at the 2 fat snowmen in the distance and said, Defeat the 2 of them, and I'll reward you with delicious food. Milk corn chips, pancakes, roasted sausages, pudding, cheese, bacon, grilled fish. Gulp. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and turned to look at Bino. It was because the sound of saliva swallowing actually came from Prince Bino. Bino hurriedly turned his head to the side, acting like a prince who weighed more than 100 kilograms. The bear stuck out its pink tongue and licked the tip of its nose before slowly standing up. Under normal circumstances, the bamboo bear wouldn't be bothered to pay attention to anyone. However, under the effect of the ice-cold star technique of the black and white candle, The bamboo bear's mind was extremely calm and clear. Clearly, it had heard what Jiang Shao said. Hence, it stood up. By standing up, it was not crawling on all fours, but standing on both feet. The bear stuck out its round belly and roared at the two fat snowmen in the distance. Chirp! Jiang Shao hurriedly patted the back of the bamboo bear and pointed at the Dr. Erythema on the ground. Same old rules. Prince Beano also hurriedly ordered, Dr. Erythema, grow longer. The bear picked up the Dr. Erythema that was crawling on the ground and hung it around its neck. The characteristics of the Dr. Erythema's body allowed it to freely change its size and length. It was indeed very practical. On the opposite side, the two fat snowmen stared at the bamboo bear with their dark eyes. They swayed their bodies, and the red and blue scarves on their chests fluttered. The bear also swayed its body, and the long white scarf with red spots on its round belly also fluttered. What are you so proud of? Who doesn't have a scarf? Are both parties ready? After the referee confirmed one by one, he waved the flag and said, "The competition begins." Bang! 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 The two fat snowmen took the lead to attack. They aimed their two snowy palms at the bear and shot a series of snowballs at it like a machine gun. The baby bear held the scarf in front of its face. The Dr. Erythema was speechless. The star technique of the bear's bare fat was not to be trifled with. It had extremely high defensive power and even had a rebound effect. The snowballs that hit its round belly were all bounced off. The Reese siblings said, "Let's split up. Red on the left, blue on the right." A trail of white snow was drawn under the feet of the fat snowman. The two snowmen really did not have to walk and were completely relying on gliding. Reese's sister raised her right hand and yelled happily, "Red. Change the weather. Let's snow." The snowman with the red scarf continuously swayed and turned its two snowy hands, causing snow to fall rapidly in the defensive shield. Reese's brother said, "Let's do it too. Let this place be covered by a snowstorm." The snowman with the blue scarf tried its best to raise its two snowy hands, but its short hands were still no higher than its head. The snowstorm in the defensive shield was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Shao covered his mouth and nose and yelled, "The enemy has arrived on the battlefield. Crush them." The bear stretched out its paws and stretched the Dr. Erythema wrapped around its neck. The bear pulled the beautiful scarf with white and red spots longer and wider, and covered the lower half of its face with the scarf. The pair of bare paws reached to the back of its head and tied a knot around its red-spotted scarf, viciously tying it. The Dr. Erythema was speechless. The bear shook its head from side to side, and the white candle flame on its head swayed in the wind and snow. Roar! The muffled roar of a bear came from the thick scarf as the bear propped up its huge body and walked into the snowstorm. For 1,000 words, seeking monthly votes, midnight, 12/17/20. Chapter 768. I'm rooting for the leader of KEVANTU. The bear looked clumsy, but in reality, that was not the case. As a platinum-quality divine pet, it had already touched the ceiling of the star beasts on Earth. Although the bear was not known for its speed, there was no doubt that it had no problem in terms of movement speed. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to catch two fat snowmen? However, it was this snowstorm that really caused problems for the humming bear. The bear did not have any perception-type star techniques. As the visibility of the surroundings decreased, the bear could only determine the position of the other party by looking at the snowballs thrown by the other party. The snowballs that could make star warriors cry for help landed on the body of the black and white candle bear, but they did not have much effect. Duong, 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 the snowballs bounced off the bear one by one, especially those that hit the bear's stomach, which rebounded even further, smack. All of a sudden, a special snowball was thrown over, but this time it did not bounce off. Instead, it landed on the bear's face. The bear wiped its face with its furry paws and hurriedly crouched down to avoid a series of snowballs. The two fat snowmen had obviously changed their tactics. They were no longer shooting at the bear at the same time. Instead, they changed the shape of their snowballs so that they were no longer as sturdy as before. Instead, they were relatively loose, and they were shooting at the bear's huge face. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from the snowstorm. "Use your scarf and turn around." In the snowstorm, the snowmen seemed to have a stronger sense of perception. They could always accurately locate the bear's position and shoot the snowballs at its head. The bear turned around and left its butt to its opponent. It was better for the snowballs to hit its butt than to hit its face. People might not believe it, but the bear actually enjoyed such a massage. With the cooperation of the two fat snowmen, the bear actually felt more comfortable after being massaged and became less angry. Smack! The snowballs hit the bear's face again. Clearly, the other party had also changed the direction and angle of their shooting. The bear finally became obedient this time. It covered its face with one hand and buried its head in the snow-covered grass, trying its best to untie the scarf around its neck. It then picked up the body of the Dr. Erythema and shook it. Grow longer. The longer, the better. Prince Beano tried his best to see the situation clearly through the snowstorm. He hurriedly ordered Dr. Erythema. The baby bear grabbed the red spot doctor's tail with its two paws and spun it around like it was throwing a hammer. Dr. Red Spot's body grew longer and longer. Soon, his head touched the edge of the barrier. The two chubby snowmen leaped up again and again, afraid that they would be caught in the white scarf with red spots. However, this weebo was not a real weebo. It had a life of its own. It was the devouring doctor of the deep sea. Just as one of the fat snowmen tried its best to jump up, evading the swipe of the scarf, and continuing to shoot snowballs at the baby bear, the red spot doctor that had been flung into a long strip suddenly came to life. It opened its mouth, twisted its body with all its might, and bit down on the fat snowman. Red? Reese's younger sister looked anxious. She craned her neck and tried her best to see the situation clearly, only to see that the red spot doctor was extremely ferocious. As the baby bear spun in circles, its body swayed wildly in the air, and it swallowed the fat snowman in a few bites. The red spot doctor was just like a venomous snake. Only the part of its body that was 1 or 2 meters behind its head was bulging, showing the outline of a snowman. The rest of its body was still slender and long. It was like a snake that swallowed its prey first before slowly digesting it. Great! Prince Beano was overjoyed. As the red spot Dr. Erythema was swallowed, the snowstorm on the field immediately lessened. It could be seen that the star techniques of the snowman group that could change the terrain could be complemented and superimposed. After losing its companion, the fat snowman could no longer maintain the snowstorm. Brother, hurry up and save Xiaohong. Reese's younger sister exclaimed frantically. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. What made Reese's younger sister even more anxious was that Prince Beano suddenly ordered, Black Star Power. Melt. Brother. Reese's younger sister stood up and stomped her feet anxiously. Go. Snowball. Reese's brother yelled frantically. Although he knew that it was a very unwise choice, the competition was just for fun. Maintaining a good relationship with his sister was far more important than winning or losing. The snowman with the blue scarf suddenly shrunk into a ball. Its snowball hands, snowball feet, and even the snowball head above it all shrank into the snowball's stomach. It spun rapidly and rolled towards the baby bear. Jiang Xiao yelled, Great! Here's the chance. Humming Bear, use million-ton punch. Humming Bear was confused. Huh? Jiang Xiao said, collision. Use collision. Get up from the front. Roar. Humming Bear released its paws and threw away the red spot Dr. Erythema in its hand. Faced with the snowball that was rolling towards it, Humming Bear leaped forward instead of leaping into the air. Its heavy body that weighed more than 140 kilograms suddenly made such a swift and powerful blow. The scene was simply horrifying. Amidst the jump and collision, the figure of Black and White Candle could be seen. That star technique belonged to the Black and White Candle Flame. The Black and White Candle Bear was in the exact same posture that Little Candle Flame was in when it used collision. It leaped forward, charged forward, turned its face sideways. Boom! Jiang Xiao almost stomped his feet anxiously. You're not a Black and White Candle Flame. You're a Black and White Candle Bear. You have shoulders. Why didn't you hit me with your shoulders? Why did you forget again? Why did you follow the habits of the Black and White Candle Flame and hit me with your face, head? How many times have I corrected this habit? Why can't I change it? The snowball that was spinning at high speed and getting bigger and bigger hit the head of Hummingbear, who was leaping forward ferociously and hitting its head. Bang! Hummingbear said, "My head is very hard." Regardless of whether the snowball was accompanied by wind and snow, under the bear's absolute strength and weight, the rolling snowball was directly sent flying by its head. Bang! The chubby snowman was directly smacked against the defensive shield. Under the huge force, the defensive shield made a loud sound and trembled slightly. "Oh, be careful. This." The spectators who were eating and drinking exclaimed in shock. The chubby snowman slammed against the defensive shield, and half of its round body was flattened. "Let it out. Spit out the prey." Prince Beano yelled frantically when he saw the expression on Reese's sister's face. The snowman wearing a red scarf was spat out by Dr. Erythema. The snowman's red clothes and scarf had been melted into tatters under the effects of the pitch-black astral powers. The fat snowman's body seemed to have shrunk a little. "Red!" Reese's sister shrieked in distress and hurriedly ran in. Beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle and wanted to say something, but when he saw the state Reese's sister was in, he decided not to say anything. Everyone already knew the outcome of the competition. Ring, 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 a ray of light from Bell shot out and connected to the snowman's body, healing its body. The medical light wave then reverberated between the star pets, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Jiang Xiao threw another ray of medical light at the snowman with the blue scarf that had slid down from the defensive shield. This chubby snowman clearly still had the strength to fight. However, Reese's sister's entry into the arena was already considered a violation of the rules. Jiang Xiao's actions attracted bursts of applause. This chubby snowman was really strange. Its body was made of snow, but Belle could really heal its body. No one knew what kind of body was hidden inside that snowball. Under the continuous recovery of its body, the number of snowballs on the chubby snowman's body increased again. Soon, its belly was full. Reese's sister smiled through her tears and hurriedly removed the tattered red clothes and scarf, tossing them aside. Seeing that the star pet had regained its pure white color and was completely white, Reese's sister pounced into the chubby snowman's arms and rubbed her cheeks left and right. In the distance, Reese's brother walked over with his chubby snowman and said, "It was an interesting competition. You guys won." He was elegant and had a smile on his face. There was no sign of defeat on his face. Prince Beano was the same. He did not show much joy of victory. He shook hands with Reese's brother and gently patted him on the shoulder to show his friendliness. After shaking hands, Prince Beano hurriedly took Dr. Erythema with him and ran to show concern for Reese's sister. The competition ended in such a harmonious atmosphere. Prince Beano comforted the Reese siblings. After leaving the arena, he followed them to their small round table. Jiang Xiao returned to his small round table with the baby bear and high-fived Juliet in celebration. The second princess, Sophia, who was at the side, smiled and nodded at Jiang Xiao to show her encouragement. "You're amazing." Juliet sat on the chair, leaned over, and rubbed the baby bear's big furry head. In non-combat situations, the baby bear crawled forward on all fours. Chirp! The baby bear shook its head and avoided Juliet's ravaging. It bit Jiang Xiao's trousers and pulled them outwards. If it weren't for the fact that it was thinking about eating, it would have already fallen asleep on the spot. "Let's go," Jiang Xiao said helplessly as he led the baby bear towards the rows of tables filled with dishes. Along the way, the baby bear felt extremely aggrieved. Everyone who saw it would want to take a look at it and touch it. It couldn't be helped because it looked too much like a national treasure. It was cute and rare. Some princes, princesses, and members of the royal family politely asked to take a group photo with it. Jiang Xiao couldn't turn them down. In the end, he had no choice but to lead everyone to the long dining table and let the baby bear take a group photo with them while eating. Jiang Xiao stood outside the circle of people who were taking a group photo and discovered that Juliet was also there. He leaned over and asked, "By the way, do you know that Caesar?" Juliet was holding a plate in one hand and a bunch of cherries in the other. She immediately nodded and said, "Yes, he's from the North Kingdom. He's a very famous star pet trainer in this circle." Jiang Xiao hurriedly asked, "How strong is he?" "Not bad," Juliet said. When I saw him a few years ago, he was already at the peak of the galaxy realm. I wonder how he is now. Although he doesn't have many star techniques, all of them are very useful. Most of his star slots are filled with all kinds of star pets. They're all strange and difficult to guard against. Jiang Shao asked, "How old is he this year?" Juliet turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with a faint smile. She said, "It's not polite to ask a lady's age. You seem to be very interested in her." "No, it's just that I've never seen a star pet trainer before. I'm curious, so I asked." Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly. Juliet thought about it and advised, "It's best not to provoke him. I said that he's a famous star pet trainer. This reputation is a bad reputation." "Huh? Hurry up and tell me." Jiang Zhao's curiosity for gossip was ignited. "Hee, let me give you a reminder. Be careful that your prize for the championship is snatched away. I won't tell you the rest." Juliet looked mysterious and opened her mouth to bite a dark red cherry. She pinched the stem of the cherry and tugged it gently. Jiang Shao was speechless. Finally, he became the person he hated the most. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that he had also joined the army of gossiping. Jiang Shao was criticizing himself when he saw that Juliet was pursing her lips and squinting her eyes because of the sourness. She had no image to speak of. She hurriedly covered her face with one hand to hide her expression, just in time to stop herself from losing face. Jiang Shao made a prompt decision. He quickly turned around, picked up a bunch of cherries, and brought them to her mouth. "Quick, eat something sweet to soothe the pain." Juliet covered her face with one hand. She didn't see what Jiang Shao was feeding her, nor did she suspect anything. She opened her cherry lips slightly and ate another bunch of cherries. She took a bite, and it felt so good. Seeing this, Jiang Shao nodded to himself. "Very good. I've basically mastered the tricks of gossiping and poisoning. The next step is to fight for favor." Jiang Shao thought to himself. But then again, what did Juliet mean? Be careful that your prize for the championship is snatched away? Who? Caesar? She didn't even participate in the competition. How could she be qualified to win? Could it be this girl is a bandit among the nobles? Is she going to snatch it by force? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 769. Juliet returned to her seat while holding Jiang Zhao's arm. Her long blonde hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and she looked extremely charming. She was holding a plate full of crimson cherries in one hand, while her other hand was holding Jiang Zhao's arm intimately. With an elegant smile on her face, she nodded at Jiang Shao. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's expression was rather stiff. He never expected that there would be a violent heart hidden under the woman's calm and composed appearance. The soft flesh on the inside of Jiang Zhao's arm was already bruised and bruised. The problem now was, would he be able to ignore the pain after his endurance was upgraded to the star quality? Humans are afraid of making friends. As time went by, her true colors were revealed. Jiang Shao still preferred the aloof captain of the Rising Sun City during the World Cup. It's good that we don't have to interact much. Indeed, distance makes the heart grow fonder. Jiang Shao plopped down in front of the round table and finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. He rubbed his arm and muttered, "It's just a few cherries. Is there a need to be so serious?" Sophia, who was sitting in the middle, turned to look at Juliet with a curious look on her face. Juliet smiled and placed the plate on the table. She gestured to Sophia and said, "Try it. It's delicious." Sophia turned to look at Jiang Zhao's sullen expression again and hesitated for a moment. However, she didn't take any action. Coincidentally, Prince Beano returned. Prince Beano plopped down on the sofa and leaned on the armrest with one hand. He said, "Hey, coaxing women is really—" He stopped halfway through his complaint. There were many hidden talents in this group of people. Perhaps Beano's words would be spread as soon as he finished speaking. "It's really, really interesting. It's a novel experience. I really want to have a younger sister. She's so cute." Prince Beano completed his sentence cleverly, making Jiang Shao want to slap him. Sophia gestured to the round table and said, "Have some fruits and take a break." The competition was very exciting. "Well done." Okay. Bino picked up a bunch of cherries and put them into his mouth. Whoa. However, Jiang Xiao no longer had the time to pay attention to Bino because the contestants had already taken their positions. So cute. Jiang Xiao sighed softly as he stood up and looked at the arena in the distance. It really was Little Red Riding Hood. This is a little too much like a human. A little girl about 80 centimeters tall, wearing a red cloak, appeared on the lawn. She lowered her head and stood there quietly. Her hood was pulled down so that no one could see the upper half of her face. They could only vaguely see the outline of her nose and her cherry lips. As soon as the little girl appeared, the scene immediately became chaotic. The host hurriedly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We've made all the necessary preparations. Please watch the competition without worry." Obviously, this group of nobles were knowledgeable and knew Little Red Riding Hood's origins. That was the star pet of a contestant from the country of Willpower. Every time he thought of the country of Willpower, he would think of the image of a tank. After participating in the World Cup, Jiang Xiao would always think of the European shield, kneel, whenever the state of willpower was mentioned. However, no matter what, it was impossible for the image of a little girl to appear in Jiang Xiao's mind when the state of willpower was mentioned. Platinum quality, humanoid mythical pet, Little Red Riding Hood. It came from the unique dimensional space of the Republic of Willpower, Fairy Tale Forest. There were some humanoid creatures living there, including men and women, old and young. They were named according to their age, shape, and clothing. However, Jiang Xiao, who had been to the alien sphere, had already come to another conclusion. Since the savages on the other world could be enlightened, they already had a certain degree of intelligence and built a society. Then in the other world, in the fairy tale forest located in the land of Will, there was probably a group of such intelligent creatures living in the same place. However, after being projected and weakened, their intelligence had become lower. After eating the poisonous cherry, Prince Bino tried his best to control his expression and looked at the battlefield. "This is our greatest enemy." As he spoke, a little blue Riding Hood appeared next to Little Red Riding Hood. In fact, what made people panic was not Little Red Riding Hood, but the little blue Riding Hood that followed. The two little guys had the same figure, but their cloaks were slightly different. The little blue Riding Hood's hood also covered the upper half of its face, but from the lower half of its face that was exposed, one could tell that it should be a male creature. The contestants from the country of Willpower were a pair of twin brothers. On the other side of the battlefield were two contestants from the kingdom of Finn. Their astral pets were two-headed strange birds. Both parties, get ready. The referee raised a small flag and confirmed the status of the contestants on both sides. The small flag was suddenly dropped. "Begin." Little Red Riding Hood suddenly giggled. Her laughter was as clear and melodious as a little girl's. It could be described as a silver bell laughter. She opened her hands, and on her fair and tender little hands, there were several stars twined around them. The little blue Riding Hood immediately stood in front of Little Red Riding Hood. He grasped something in the air, and an illusory long-handled hammer suddenly appeared. The pole of the long-handled hammer was at least 2 meters long, and the head of the hammer was even more terrifying. The scene of the small body lifting the huge hammer that was completely disproportionate to its size was absolutely horrifying. Screech! The two-headed strange bird spread its wings and flew up, causing a gust of wind to sweep across. Little Red Riding Hood let out a strange cry and aimed her little hands at the little blue Riding Hood. All of a sudden, a rotating dark red star appeared on the little blue Riding Hood's body. The little blue Riding Hood's blue cloak fluttered in the wind. The huge long-handled hammer in its hand was extremely mighty. The small body dashed forward at an extremely fast speed and leaped high towards the two-headed strange bird. "Overturn it," the contestant from the kingdom of Finn ordered loudly. The two-headed strange bird opened its long, sharp beak and flapped its huge wings continuously. A gust of wind blew towards the little blue Riding Hood that was leaping towards it. Huff! The little blue Riding Hood's body was indeed obstructed. However, at the moment when it was blown back, it threw the hammer into the sky. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. He recognized this star technique. Platinum, Fall of the Deities. Yes, The famous star technique. Fall of the deities and the twilight of the deities were both from the fairy tale forest dimensional space of the Republic of Will. Under the baptism of the gust of wind, the hoods on the heads of the two little guys, one red and one blue, were blown away. Now that they had revealed their true faces, they could finally be distinguished from humans. The biggest difference was the pair of eyes. The eyes were so huge that they were completely distorted. Compared to those anime characters, she was not inferior to those cute big-eyed Lolas. In comics, one would think that the two big eyes that occupied half of the face were cute and adorable. However, in real life, one would probably be frightened to death if they were to see two big eyes that occupied half of the face. In particular, the pair of big eyes that hung down to the temples emitted a demonic purple glow. The color and luster reminded Jiang Shao of the savages. It was bright and demonic, and the purple was terrifying. He. Little Red Riding Hood covered her eyes with one arm, but it could not cover her big eyes. She could only keep them half closed, but she kept giggling. She extended her other hand, and a black star suddenly rotated around Little Blue Riding Hood's body. Then, Little Blue Riding Hood's body seemed to have been hung by 1,000 pounds of steel. Her swaying body immediately stabilized and accelerated towards the ground. Bang! Little Blue Riding Hood stepped hard on the ground, causing the turf to fly and soil to splatter everywhere. Oh! Little Red Riding Hood pressed another star on her body and ran away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. She kept making strange noises while her red cloak fluttered in the wind. She tilted her head left and right while continuously dodging the two-headed strange bird's peck. At the same time, the heavy hammer hanging in the sky finally began to show its might. The huge illusory warhammer was suspended in the air. Suddenly, it shot out countless illusory small hammers. They connected into one and attacked indiscriminately. They smashed towards the center of the field where Little Blue Riding Hood was fighting with the two-headed strange bird. The two terrifyingly big eyes were really ferocious. Little Red Riding Hood relied on her absolute speed to turn around and ride on the two-headed strange bird's body. Little Blue Riding Hood grabbed onto the two-headed strange bird's neck with both of his hands and used them as a shield. He allowed the sharp claws to tear his body apart. His body was as heavy as steel, and he was terrifyingly stable. He did not move at all. Rumble, the fine hammers smashed down crazily, and it was a complete mess. Little Blue Riding Hood, please stop attacking. The referee suddenly shouted. A young man with short brown hair from the Republic of Will smiled and said a few words in German. Little Blue Riding Hood let go of the two-headed strange bird and threw the huge body of the bird to the side, revealing his small figure underneath. At the same time, Little Red Riding Hood, who was riding on the two-headed strange bird, tried her best to grab onto the bird's neck as if she was piloting a plane. She dashed towards the area where the hammers were smashing down. Compared to Little Red Riding Hood, the two-headed strange bird's body was much, much bigger. However, what was even more shocking was that Little Red Riding Hood's small body contained an astonishing amount of power. It was terrifyingly strong. It's over, it's over. The contestants from the Kingdom of Finn shouted. #Yin at Yin hashtag. The German twin brother also spoke at the right time to stop Little Red Riding Hood. Although the battle was very intense, the hosts were still harmonious and harmonious. Enough was enough. The audience burst into applause and thanked the two teams for presenting an exciting match. The twins from the Republic will put away their star pets. When they walked back to the audience, they glanced at Jiang Shao at the same time. Even though they had smiles on their faces, those smiles seemed to be provocative no matter how one looked at it. Their scrutinizing and scornful gazes, coupled with their strange smiles, made Jiang Shao feel like he had eaten a poisonous cherry. In particular, the twin brother squinted his eyes subtly. He confirmed his gaze. He's looking for trouble. During this small action, the other party's gaze was fixed on Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Are you unhappy? Juliet said softly. They originally had other star pets to choose from, but in the end, they chose Little Red Riding Hood and Little Blue Riding Hood. Toxic healer, do you know why? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Hee. Juliet said with a smile. They're based on the main star techniques of the runner-up of the previous Star Warriors World Cup, who is also the European Shield, Neil. They're here for you. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Jiang Shao said. They've meticulously formed a combination and are here to compete for the runner-up. Ha 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 ha. Prince Bino burst into laughter and slapped Jiang Shao on the shoulder. Well said. My brain, my hair, I need monthly votes for support. Chapter 770. The 6 matches on the first day ended quickly, and Jiang Shao saw some precious star bees from various European countries. Among them, the ones that left the deepest impression on Jiang Shao were undoubtedly the Little Red Riding Hood and Little Blue Riding Hood. Their owners were the Grimm brothers from the country of Will. It was said that they had specially matched the star technique of the world champion, Neil, with the world runner-up, the Shield of Europe, for the competition. It was clear that they wanted to get back at him. You can't win a duel, so you're going to get back at me through star pets? Jiang Shao scoffed and thought, bring it on then. Money and power? I can't. Fight? You can't. Humans just think too highly of themselves. However, in the finals, Neil, who was known as the Shield of Europe, was kited by Jiang Shao all the way until he died. He didn't even have a chance to fight back, which shocked everyone. To the people of the country of Will who were full of hope, Jiang Shao was simply killing people in that competition. The schedule of the elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational Tournament was not tight. Princess Sophia and Juliet, who were part of the number 7 team, were scheduled to compete in the 3rd match on the 2nd day. On the 2nd day, the competition started again, and Jiang Shao saw the true appearance of the Rainforest Civet and the Sea Soul Mask. They're so damn cool. The Rainforest Civet looked like a cat or a leopard. Its streamlined body was extremely slender and was about 3 meters long. Its golden skin was covered with black leopard patterns. At first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a leopard cat from Asia. However, compared to the leopard cat from Earth, the Rainforest Civet was several times larger than the leopard cat. According to Prince Bino, the Rainforest Civet was not only an expert hunter, but it was also an excellent mount. It was fast, agile, and lethal. Everything about it was good. Its only weakness was that it was difficult to tame. Creatures like the white ghouls and white ghoul witches were also difficult to tame. In other words, they were almost impossible to tame. Their low intelligence and brutal hearts made it extremely easy for them to attack their masters. The Rainforest Civet was equally brutal, but it was on another level. That was because they had a certain degree of intelligence and wouldn't attack their masters easily. However, their loyalty was not high. When the Rainforest Civet was happy, it could play with you, but when it was unhappy, it couldn't be bothered to talk to you. All living things had spirituality. Humans and animals would develop feelings for each other after spending a long time together. However, there were exceptions to everything. Rainforest raccoons were creatures that you could never develop feelings for no matter how hard you tried. No matter how good you were to it, in its eyes, you were just a familiar person. On the other hand, if you treat it badly, you'll have to wait for its revenge. Today, the Rainforest Civet was in a good mood, and he showed Juliet respect. He strode gracefully around Juliet's feet and looked up at his teammate from time to time. Yes, the Rainforest Civet was no match for him. Master Rainforest Civet's good mood was mostly due to its teammates. It looked like it had seen an interesting toy. It circled the sea spirit surface and looked at it curiously. The commotion caused by the appearance of the Sea Soul Mask was similar to that of Jiang Zhao's black and white candle bear. Everyone present knew that such a precious and rare sea spirit surface would only appear at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. What was more precious was that as a mask-type creature, although it lived in the deep sea, it could survive and fight in 3 different environments: sea, land, and air. The Sea Soul Mask was a dark blue mask. On the mask, there were white waves rippling from top to bottom. It was extremely mysterious. From the outline of the mask, Jiang Shao could tell that it should be Princess Sophia's face. When she wore the sea spirit surface, the shape of the sea spirit surface was slightly adjusted to match its owner's face. Gore! The Rainforest Civet couldn't help but be curious. Like a butterfly, it spread its claws on the ground. Match, Sophia said. The sea spirit's surface suddenly turned into a stream of water and wrapped around the rainforest civic's claws. It flowed along its brownish-yellow fur and gradually gathered on the rainforest civic's face. It kept changing its shape and turned into a cat-faced sea spirit mask. The rainforest civet kept using its claws to wipe its face. The sound of water splashing could be heard, but it couldn't take off the mask. Juliet hurriedly squatted down and gently stroked the rainforest civic's back. This is your teammate. It's okay. It wants to fight with you. Goor goor. The rainforest civet retreated while continuing to wipe its face. Juliet smiled and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Put on this mask and see how powerful you are." Goor? The rainforest civic's body stopped slightly and it raised its head to look at its owner. Under the layers of waves, the long and narrow vertical pupils that belonged to rainforest foxes became even thinner. Below the stage, Jiang Xiao said, "These two have never trained together before?" Prince Bino was also confused. He said, "It seems like they haven't trained together before." Jiang Xiao grinned. "They're really confident. By the way, why did this Juliet go all the way to the Amazon rainforest and catch such a pet?" Bino said, "It's not like you haven't fought with her before. Juliet's ability to change the terrain is extremely strong. In the jungle terrain that she created, the rainforest civet can run faster and more violently as if it's running on flat ground." Jiang Xiao said, "Yeah, that's true." In the following competition, Jiang Xiao witnessed what it meant to be a tiger following the wind. After all, the rainforest civet looked like a feline, so let's put it that way for now. The opponent's star pets were a huge rock golem and a rock bird. They were both creatures with extremely strong defense. However, the two ferocious creatures made the rainforest civet doubt his life. The rainforest civet's light and agile body and its terrifying speed made the rock golem and the rock bird unable to touch it at all. Its rock-like body did not provide much help to them either. The rainforest civet's sharp claws were often accompanied by wind blades, making Jiang Xiao dumbfounded. Every time the rainforest civet's sharp claws tore, it would throw out a wind blade that was several meters long. It was extremely lethal and would leave 3 deep wounds on the enemy star beast body, causing pieces of gravel to fly out. Given the rainforest civet's speed, the accuracy of its attacks was terrifyingly high. Occasionally, the rainforest civet would miss its opponent, but when the 3 wind blades bombarded the ground, 3 deep marks would be left on the lawn. Jiang Xiao felt his scalp tingle. What would happen if the rainforest civet were to attack a star warrior? In less than 2 minutes, the rainforest civet had already pinned the rock golem to the ground and was frantically scratching and tearing at it. In the sky, the rock bird tried to step forward to help, blasting down a string of rocks that were pieced together by star power. Finally, Jiang Xiao saw the rainforest civet's second star technique, which was similar to a tornado. The rainforest civet stepped on the rock golem's head, and its massive body contained a massive amount of power that crushed the injured rock golem. The rainforest civet was indeed known for its speed and agility. Given its speed and agility, people would subconsciously ignore its attributes. A creature of this level and size was definitely not weak in terms of strength. Its only weakness was probably its defense. No, there was another weakness, which was its software facilities. Once the owner couldn't coax the rainforest civet and it refused to work for them, there was nothing they could do about it. On the battlefield, the rainforest civet's nose twitched and it suddenly raised its head. Behind a mask of waves, there was a pair of strange vertical pupils that suddenly glowed brightly. A tornado rose from the ground and swept up into the sky, engulfing the rock bird and making it spin around frantically. The rainforest civet turned around and howled at the struggling rock golem. Meow! This meow was not the cute meow of a kitten. Instead, it was similar to the terrifying sound made by an adult wildcat when it was fighting and its fur was standing on its end. All of a sudden, the rock golem stopped struggling, as if it had been scared silly. Immediately afterwards, a blue star powerball suddenly appeared in front of the rainforest civet's mouth. Under the strong wind, the star powerball spun rapidly and was ready to be launched. Beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle. Not because the two-star pets had lost their combat power, but because the opposing contestant had chosen to surrender and admit defeat. That's great. The Sea Soul Mask is really amazing. Prince Beano praised the Sea Soul Mask maniacally. The mask seemed to be expressionless, but on the battlefield, the Sea Soul Mask was constantly working. The rock bird that was easily attacked and the rock golem that was scared silly and gave up resisting were all thanks to the Sea Soul Mask. Deterrence. Coercion. The unique star technique that could suppress one's aura was simply too terrifying. Not to mention star beasts. Even star warriors would shiver and be unable to move after being stared at by the Sea Soul Mask. Now, he thought about the battle between Princess Sophia and Jiang Shao. If it were a life-and-death battle, the outcome might really be different if Sophia wore the mask and fought with Jiang Shao. For star warriors like Jiang Shao and Sophia, a single second of hesitation was enough to determine the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. As the referee blew the whistle, countless vines suddenly sprang up from the feet of the rainforest civet. Obviously, Juliet did not order the rainforest civet to stop attacking, but chose to take action herself. She knew the rainforest civet too well. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the rainforest civet obeying orders was infinitely close to zero. The rainforest civet was an elegant and charming creature, but it was also very cruel. It was a platinum divine beast that came out of the Amazon forest and would definitely not give up its prey easily. That was a characteristic that flowed in their blood and could not be changed. Just like how they liked to ravage and tease their opponents, that was also one of the characteristics of such creatures. It had nothing to do with the strength of the prey. To them, bullying the weak was not a sin, but a form of pleasure. Once they were done playing and enjoying themselves, they would not let go of their prey. They would only eat with more relish and eat with more gusto. Juliet tried to stop it, but the rainforest civet's reaction was too fast. It subconsciously leaped up and took off on the spot. Its massive body was so soulful that it stepped on the thin vines and tapped lightly on the ground. It was as if it was strolling in the air. The star power ball that was spinning rapidly in front of the rainforest civet's mouth had also found its final target, Juliet. Ah, what's going on? Be careful. Be careful. The audience below the stage immediately became chaotic. However, Juliet's expression did not change. She raised her hand slightly, and a shield made of vines and flowers appeared in front of her. Bang! The vines were shattered and the flowers scattered. The rainforest civet was still strolling in the air, and the vines that were trying to restrain it became its footholds. It was as if it was walking on flat ground. It was amazing. Meow. Woo! The rainforest civet leaped high into the air and raised its head, creating a strong gust of wind. Shoupy! Juliet suddenly yelled. Although leaping high meant that it was no longer troubled by the vines and created a stable environment for it to attack, it also meant that the rainforest civet had nowhere to borrow strength from at this moment. What kind of person is Jiang Shao? Seizing the opportunity to plot against others? That's the special ability of the toxic healer. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly. God Pai said, "Let there be light." Whoosh! A ray of holy light landed on the rainforest civet's body. Grr! Meow! The crazed rainforest civet's astral energy ball that was gathering crazily in front of its mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. Its ferocious roar also changed its tone in an instant. It changed from a ferocious rainforest civet to a coquettish kitten. At the next moment, countless vines rose again and quickly wrapped around the rainforest civet's stiff body. They then tied it up and sent it to Juliet. Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave another blessing. It doesn't matter if you're brass or platinum. Be it leopard rainforest civet or night guardian, Wanhonging squint. The Sea Soul Mask had long been removed from the rainforest civet's face, and the rainforest civet's pink tongue was stretched out of its mouth as if it had been anesthetized. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or intentional, but the befuddled rainforest civet stared fixedly at Jiang Shao, who had his right hand raised high in the air. Juliet hurriedly stepped forward and pressed her hand on the rainforest civet's body while it was still immersed in bliss and had yet to snap back to its senses. She then put it back into the star map. This. Jiang Shao quietly put his hand down, feeling a little apprehensive. His words might sound arrogant, but Jiang Shao was still rather fearful of feline creatures. It was easy to suppress them, but it would be too difficult to coax them. The rainforest civet was Juliet's star pet, and Jiang Shao couldn't beat it to death. Jiang Shao knew how difficult it was to coax second last. Back then, the scene of him using grilled codfish to lure her out of the forest was still fresh in his mind. Something's not right. This rainforest civet shouldn't be too vengeful, right? He continued to write 4,000 words and continued to ask for monthly votes. 3 minutes later, 12, 17, 20. Apex. Chapter 771. So it's because of Wu Shaojing. Jiang Shao initially thought that he had already seen how powerful the nobles were, but it turned out that Jiang Shao was still too young. The next night, which was also the night after the first round of the competition ended, Jiang Shao was informed that there would be a ball and asked to wear a mask and dress up. Jiang Shao had never participated in a masquerade ball before, and he didn't have to hide his identity before he could have fun. Most of the people who entered the venue were contestants, which also meant that apart from a portion of the team members, most of the people there were star warriors who possessed perception-type star techniques. Some of them were well aware of the face hidden behind a mask. But even under such circumstances, with a layer of mask covering them, the people let go of their hands and feet and played to their heart's content. To be honest, Jiang Shao could have had a few romantic encounters. In Prince Bino's words, anything that happens tonight will only stay tonight. That was an unwritten rule that could be considered an unspoken rule. Once someone broke the unspoken rule, they would be attacked by everyone there. They had to gather everyone's strength to protect the ball. That was also to protect their right to have fun to their heart's content. After a few songs, Jiang Shao turned down a few people and left. To Jiang Shao, he was just there to broaden his horizons, but to many people, it would be an extraordinary night. However, it would be meaningless if he didn't broaden his horizons. Not only did Jiang Shao leave the dance floor, but he also left the party. When he left, he even took away half a bottle of red wine from the waiter's arms. Just now, the waiter saw Jiang Shao walking over and extended his hand to him. The waiter immediately handed a goblet to Jiang Shao, but Jiang Shao ignored the goblet in his left hand and took away the bottle of red wine in his right hand. Not only that, but Jiang Shao also picked the fruits on the table and put them together into a plate before leaving. He was as suave as he could be. Some of the observant people on the dance floor noticed this and smiled knowingly. They were secretly guessing who the little toxic healer had secretly met up with after leaving the ball. Jiang Shao flashed a few times and entered the dense forest. The manor was far away from the city in the first place. Jiang Shao found a particularly quiet and secluded spot in the depths of the forest. However, even in the dark forest, Jiang Shao still summoned the field tear domain. His eyes were red, and it began to drizzle in the dark sky. In his perception, there was indeed no one nearby, but there were some wild animals. After confirming that it was safe, Jiang Shao opened the shadow ruins and stepped into it. The space gate instantly closed, and the dense forest was still silent except for the drizzle that had gradually stopped. The Shadow Calamity ruins was brightly lit. The huge fireworks centipedes became street lights, standing there quietly like majestic flame sculptures. They were very obedient and motionless. Only the sparks and the occasional crackling sound could be heard from their bodies. Jiang Shao grabbed the red wine and the wet fruit platter and strode towards the southeast corner. However, he saw a familiar figure. In the fitness equipment area, a familiar figure was riding a bicycle hard while panting heavily. She was drenched in sweat and looked just like Jiang Shao, who had been running to his death on the field of the capital. It was as if she had just been fished out of the water. She was wearing a black singlet and elastic pants. She was not wearing any shoes, and her clothes were clinging tightly to her body due to her perspiration, outlining her beautiful figure. Due to the position of the bicycle, Han Jiangshui's back was facing Jiang Shao at this moment. In front of her was a vast and dim starry sky. She was wearing earphones and riding rhythmically with her hands on the bicycle. She was staring at the starry sky in front of her, thinking about something. Beside her, There was a large amount of rich star power continuously gathering, and the scene was beautiful. Jiang Zhao's footsteps were very light as he walked over quietly. Looking at the familiar back view and the hardworking look on her face, Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment and stood quietly behind her. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing earphones, could not hear anything. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, her vigilance towards her surroundings seemed to have been reduced to the minimum. However, as a star warrior with a keen sense of smell, she could vaguely sense that someone was staring at her. Han Jiangxue stopped in her tracks and turned around abruptly. Her ponytail swayed and beads of sweat splattered all over her face. Han Jiangxue's eyes froze slightly. Unlike what Jiang Zhao had imagined, she did not feel the joy of reuniting with him. Instead, she seemed to have suffered some grievances, but she was trying her best to restrain her emotions and not show it. Hence, at this moment, her dark eyes were filled with stubbornness, and her face that was covered in sweat was expressionless. Jiang Zhao strode over, stood beside her, and handed the fruit platter to her. It had been almost a week since Han Jiangxue entered this place, and Jiang Zhao appeared again. Han Jiangxue rode the bicycle again and looked at the starry sky in front of her. Jiang Zhao grinned and placed the red wine on the ground. He then leaned against the frame in front of the bicycle and picked up a piece of mango with his fork before sending it to Han Jiangxue's dry lips. Han Jiangxue looked up at Jiang Zhao and continued pedaling the bicycle. A few seconds later, she opened her mouth and ate it. After eating half of the large fruit platter, Han Jiangxue finally took off her earphones and said, "I've reached the peak of the galaxy stage." Jiang Zhao said, "That's good news." Han Jiangxue ate the small piece of orange that Jiang Zhao fed her, feeling a little down. "I can't find any way to turn Star Warrior into Star Warrior." Jiang Zhao comforted her softly. "That's a matter for the galaxy stage. Everyone has the opportunity to be enlightened." "Okay," Han Jiangxue answered calmly and glanced at the crimson strawberry. Jiang Zhao also picked up the strawberry and sent it over. Han Jiangxue asked, "How are you? Did you participate in the competition?" "Yes. The first round of the competition has ended. I've already advanced." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "Yes." Jiang Zhao talked about the strange star pets and told Han Jiangxue about all the interesting things he had. When Jiang Zhao said that he turned the rainforest civet milk into a puddle of mud, Han Jiangxue finally smiled, seemingly able to imagine how obedient the ferocious star pet would be after being blessed. Most of the fruit platter was gone. Jiang Zhao knew that she was dehydrated, but he didn't stop feeding her. However, Han Jiangxue shook her head slightly, indicating that she wouldn't eat any more and would leave some for Xia Yin. Jiang Zhao finally remembered that there was a husky here. "Where is she?" Han Jiangxue said softly. "She needs a quiet environment to practice her swordsmanship. It's deep in space, in the opposite corner." "Oh, I won't disturb her then." Jiang Zhao thought about it and placed the fruit platter on the seat of the butterfly machine. He then picked up the bottle of red wine and put it over. "You can give it to her when she comes back to rest." "Okay, be careful," Han Jiangxue said, seemingly ordering him to leave. However, Jiang Zhao picked up the towel on the equipment and wiped the sweat off her shoulders and arms. Han Jiangxue didn't say anything and simply held onto the handrail of the bicycle while staring at the starry sky in front of her. She then continued to train. Jiang Zhao carefully wiped the sweat off her neck and said softly, "You know, as long as you're not anxious, we'll eventually get everything we want and achieve our goals." There were indeed some things that should be said. Han Jiangxue's movements became faster and faster. Jiang Zhao said, "We've been walking all the way." Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "I want to enter Galaxy before the World Cup, be it physically or mentally." Her voice was firm and her words were firm. Jiang Zhao paused for a moment and said, "Before I leave, I asked Principal Yang, Qin Wangchuan, and Second Last to help me look for a Star Ocean Rules Awakened who have a similar map to yours. After I end this invitational competition, I'll go back and ask them. If there's such a senior in Galaxy, they might be able to give us some advice and guidance." Hearing his words, Han Jiangxue shifted her gaze from the dim stars in the distance to Jiang Zhao. She then responded softly with a nod. Seeing that she had calmed down, Jiang Shao asked. Why did you enter Galaxy? Han Jiangxue said without hesitation. Star pets, high-quality star techniques, stronger abilities, and physique. Jiang Shao asked, what's all this for? Han Jiangxue answered, the Dragon Cave. She answered without hesitation. Her goal was very clear, and she was working hard to carry it out firmly. As long as one was human, there would always be laziness. There was no one to supervise or supervise her. Jiang Shao had only been there once, and he had already seen her training hard. It was not just a matter of self-discipline, but also a matter of her clear goal and determination. Jiang Shao said, let's talk about something more realistic. After going to the Dragon Cave, we couldn't find our parents. What do you plan to do next? Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said, they might be there in the alien ball. Jiang Shao sighed heavily and said, yes, there's a very small possibility. But you know, once we go to the alien ball, we won't be able to come back. I can't come back. Han Jiangxue stopped in her tracks and looked up at Jiang Shao. You're just the bait there. Jiang Shao smiled and said, you want to enter the alien ball. How can I use the bait to accompany you? Han Jiangxue said, you've told me many times that you're the bait. Jiang Shao said, it's very dangerous there, and going to the alien ball also means death. One day, if my bait dies, I might not be able to see you again. After all, the location of the teleportation from the upper dimension to the alien ball is different every time, and the range is huge. Besides, during the time when we're not together, you might die too. Han Jiangxue seemed to have regained her stubborn attitude as she stared at Jiang Shao stubbornly without responding. Jiang Shao said, is there really nothing here that you're nostalgic about? This civilized society? The people on Earth? Han Jiangxue opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. She was completely different from how determined she was previously. After a long time, Han Jiangxue said softly, I'll stay and accompany you. Han Jiangxue then lowered her head and continued riding her bicycle. Jiang Shao said softly, Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly. She wasn't used to Jiang Shao calling her by her full name. Jiang Shao said, you're a person who lives with a goal in mind. You've said it yourself before, and that's how you behaved. For example, in high school, you participated in the league and ranked highly until you were admitted to the best academy in China. You were confused for a period of time and suddenly didn't know what to do. Han Jiangxue remained expressionless and didn't respond. Jiang Shao said, the World Cup saved you and gave you a goal. It made you very motivated to live. Without the World Cup, you might have gone even crazier. With the World Cup, her goal of training was to win the championship among her peers. Without the World Cup, Han Jiangxue's training could only be for the sake of going to the Dragon Cave. Such a top-notch goal was a form of torture for Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao said, even now, you can't wait for the second World Cup. You've clearly planned your motivation to live, the Dragon Cave, and the alien ball. I know you very well. Do you think I'll believe you and say that I'll stay on Earth to accompany you? Han Jiangxue looked up at Jiang Shao and enunciated each word clearly. I said that I'll stay and accompany you, so I'll definitely do it. You don't have to doubt my promise to you. Jiang Shao shut his mouth and stopped talking. Han Jiangxue slowly pedaled her bicycle and turned to look at the dim, starry sky. Here's the problem. Living like a walking corpse or struggling to survive with hope. Which one was the more correct path of life? Jiang Shao suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on the back of Han Jiangxue's head. He bent down slightly and pressed his lips gently on her sweaty forehead. Han Jiangxue's body stiffened slightly. Jiang Shao smacked his lips, thinking that her sweat was really salty. We all know what the outcome of exploring the Dragon Cave is. So, next topic. Han Jiangxue looked up and asked, Jiang Shao asked, do you think you'll stay on Earth to accompany me in the future? Or do you think I'll go to the alien ball to accompany you? Han Jiangxue bit her lip, feeling rather conflicted. That was indeed a problem. Jiang Shao patted Han Jiangxue's shoulder and said, according to the intensity of your training and the speed of cultivation in the ruins of Calamity, you'll be able to get everything you want in less than half a year. Let's make a deal. I'll accompany you to the alien ball, and we must go together. Besides, You have to respect my suggestion. I'm not only your comrade, but also your guide. Without me, it'll be difficult for you to find the passage to the alien ball. I hope that we can give ourselves more time to prepare. That node might not be half a year later. Han Jiangshu rested her elbows on the handrail of the bicycle, hung her head, and sighed deeply. Jiang Shao said softly, "Think about it." Han Jiangshu lowered her head, and perspiration continuously dripped down her face that Jiang Shao had yet to wipe off. After remaining silent for a while, she hummed softly and agreed. Jiang Shao patted her back and said, "I'll go back first. In a few days, I'll bring a platinum pet back for you to broaden your horizons." Peak. Chapter 772. In the morning of the next day, in the small restaurant. "Hey, why are you listless?" Jiang Shao slapped Prince Bino's back and laughed out loud when he saw how hungover Prince Bino looked. Prince Bino rubbed his face and mumbled something, but Jiang Shao couldn't hear it clearly. At the side, Princess Sophia and Juliet were also having their meal, but they weren't in the same state as Prince Bino. Princess Sophia didn't go to the masquerade ball at all, but Juliet did. It seemed that she didn't stay out too late and merely went to have some fun. However, judging from Prince Bino's state, he didn't just have fun at the ball, he probably had fun the entire night. In the small restaurant that was specially prepared for the royal family of Shima, there were only 4 people dining together. Jiang Shao didn't try to hide his words. Jiang Shao sat next to Prince Bino and said, "You're a star warrior, after all. Why did you give up after one night? What exactly did you do last night?" Prince Bino hurriedly covered Jiang Zhao's mouth. Jiang Shao struggled slightly and leaned back. He then raised his hand and gave a blessing. Prince Bino was speechless. Princess Sophia and Juliet, who were sitting opposite him, stopped eating. A few seconds later, Prince Bino hollered angrily, "Jiang, cut! Bullsh asterisk T. What bullsh asterisk T?" Jiang Shao glanced at Prince Bino and said, "There's still a competition today. What's wrong with you? You're so crazy. Don't you know to get a medical awakened to treat you?" Prince Bino glared at Jiang Shao in exasperation. "My body is extremely strong. How can there be?" Another ray of holy light descended. Juliet covered her mouth with one hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sophia looked at Bino with a faint smile, her eyes glistening with an inexplicable emotion. Bino yelled, "Jiang, cut! Bullsh asterisk T." Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand and Bino bounced up from his seat in shock. He was in the same state as Juliet's star pet, Rainforest Fox, which catapulted into the air yesterday. Jiang Shao raised his hand and reached out, picking up a long piece of crispy bread, dipped it in chocolate sauce, and took a bite. "Katja! Katja! Who is our opponent today?" Juliet frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Shao in displeasure. She then gestured to the waiter at the side. The waiter hurried over with a wet towel. "Jiang Shao, am I really that much of a brother?" What was with Juliet's expression? Why did Jiang Shao see Han Jiangshu a shadow between her eyebrows? "Juliet? Oh, Juliet, thou art so familiar with me. How dare you treat me as your little brother?" While eating, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called Ying out too. He still had to rely on Ying to show off his prowess today. He couldn't mistreat the main character. Bino sat beside Jiang Shao carefully and looked at him with a sullen expression. He didn't dare to scold her, and he couldn't beat her in a fight. Ouch, I feel terrible. However, after being healed twice, Prince Bino had to admit that he was much more spirited and in a much better state. Jiang Shao carried Ying to the chair and smiled at the waiter beside him. Under Sophia's instruction, 2 waiters stood beside the bear, one on the left and the other on the right, waiting for it to eat. Juliet said, "There are fewer contestants, so we'll only draw lots later." "Okay, hurry up and eat." Jiang Shao looked at the time and immediately stuffed himself with food. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, team number 6 once again became the contestants for the first round of the competition. However, there was a problem with their opponent's team. When the host drew team number 6 vs team number 17, the atmosphere in the audience was very enthusiastic. This was because team number 17 was a royal combination from the enemy kingdom of the unsetting sun. Their star beasts were very strong, and it was definitely a fierce battle. However, a problem arose. Team number 17 only had one contestant. The other princess was nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly became a little strange, and the contestants whispered to each other with knowing smiles on their faces. After the referee asked team number 17, he cleanly announced the victory of team number 6. People were still more concerned about the whereabouts of the princess, but regardless of whether they were concerned or curious, no one asked about it openly, nor did anyone get to the bottom of it. The competition was over just like that. Jiang Xiao and Prince Bino walked off the arena with a dumbfounded expression and sat back in front of their small table. Bino hugged his shoulders and nudged Jiang Xiao with a smug expression. "How was it? At least I got out of bed." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "But you don't have to be so proud." On the other side, Juliet's beautiful blue eyes were filled with a trace of contemplation. "Which Duke's princess is the contestant from team number 17? "Oh, right. The one who came out of the closet. I didn't notice her at the ball last night." "Which princess did she run away with?" Prince Bino chuckled and said, "There are other main parties tonight. Guess if our opponents will be absent again?" Jiang Xiao had a strange expression on his face. "You guys really don't care about the rewards." "Hey, team leader, don't be mysterious with me. What exactly is the reward for the champion? That's not something you should be thinking about, right?" Someone suddenly said in broken English from the small table beside him. "Huh?" Jiang Xiao turned around, only to see the Grimm brothers. They were two tall Caucasian male twins from the country of Will. They were about 24 or 25 years old, and they looked almost identical. Even their hairstyles were very similar. The elder brother, Louis Grimm, had a wanton smile on his face as he raised his glass at Jiang Xiao. "What do you think?" Jiang Xiao looked at Riemann Grimm and said, "Why? Do you mean that you want to be the champion?" The younger brother, Shoes Grimm, shrugged and said, "What we said is the truth. Maybe you should focus on your opponent in the next round, or on us." "Ah, uncomfortable." Jiang Xiao looked upset. He turned to look at Prince Bino and said, "Can you do something about it? Let's fight them in the next round, shall we?" Prince Bino glanced at the Grimm brothers, but did not say anything. The Grimm brothers did not speak to Bino, nor did they speak to Sophia. They were simply talking to Jiang Xiao. Shoes Grimm leaned forward slightly and said softly, "I'm looking forward to our next meeting." If Shoes Grimm was specifically talking to Jiang Xiao in the previous conversation, then now that he said that he was looking forward to the two teams meeting, Prince Bino was also included. Sophia suddenly spoke up. She turned her head and said softly, "Your expectations may come true." "Your Highness." Schultz Green had a polite smile on his face as he nodded at Sophia. He then straightened his back and returned to his seat to focus on the match. After Sophia spoke, there was no more communication between the two tables. Jiang Xiao looked at Prince Binuo with a pained expression and whispered, "My little ancestor, when will you be able to stand out?" Prince Bino was dumbfounded. "Be quiet," Sophia said softly, win beautifully in the next round. After saying that, she did not speak again. Jiang Xiao finally knew in advance who his opponent would be in the next round. "Oh my gosh, this is impressive." The second princess was displeased. What would happen if the employer was unhappy? Wouldn't the commission go down the drain? Besides, not only would the employer be unhappy, but so would the mercenaries. Logically speaking, the second princess was a rather good employer. At least, she stood up for Jiang Xiao after he was provoked. Jiang Xiao looked at Prince Bino again and felt that he was in need of a kiss when he saw how calm he was. "Oh, oh, oh, whoa, whoa." As the cheers and applause sounded, Jiang Xiao looked up at the arena. In the second round, there were two more impressive guys. The two nobles of Xia were contestants, and their star pets were impressive too. They were creatures from the dimensional space that was exclusive to Xia, the island of Heavenly Ocean. The island of Heavenly Ocean. Jiang Xiao was no stranger to this dimensional space. Back when he was struggling to find a star bead for the 8-star slot, Jiang Xiao had already come into contact with the island of Heavenly Ocean. At that time, Jiang Shao had very special requirements for the 8-star slot. He had to have both purification and output. The requirements for combining the 2-star techniques in 1-star bead were rather high. Generally, the creatures that possessed the star technique purification were all supportive and rarely had offensive star techniques. In the island of Heavenly Ocean, there was such a creature, the spirit of the centaur, a platinum-quality god-level star beast. For star techniques, centaur spirit bow, purification spirit arrow, hunting spirit arrow, and binding spirit arrow. There were illusory weapons, area purification, area attack, and even control. The spirit of the centaur was almost equivalent to the gold card of Xia. Jiang Shao stared at the 2 huge centaurs from afar. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. The reason why they were called the spirit of the centaur was because their bodies were in a semi-spiritual state. Ordinary attacks would not be able to hurt the spirit of the centaur at all. Although the spirit of the centaur did not have any related star techniques, their biological characteristics made them immune to all ordinary attacks. What was a racial advantage? The 2 spirit of the centaur stood quietly on the grass with the words "weak humans" written on their faces. They should be called them because the 2 spirit of the centaur were obviously male and had human-like faces. Their upper bodies were human torsos with hands and heads, while their lower bodies were horse torsos and legs. Their long ponytails were swaying from side to side forcefully. His upper body was that of a human, and his arms were abnormally strong. Even though he was in the form of a soul, his 8 packs were very obvious. Under his messy, black, curly hair was a slightly ugly face. Their frontal bones were more prominent, which also made their eye sockets more sunken. There were also 2 long horns on both sides of their temples that looked like those of sheep. Oh my God! Jiang Shao looked at their muscular abdominal muscles and felt his heart melt. In fact, Jiang Shao had already seen the 2 beasts yesterday, but no matter how many times he looked at them, it did not affect his fandom. He had worked so hard, yet he only had 6-pack abs. It was said that they were born with a genetic factor. Jiang Shao could only comfort himself that way. After all, those with 8-pack abs were horses, while those with 6-pack abs were humans. This is my opponent. A faint voice floated out from the arena. The spirit of the centaur spoke. Jiang Shao was taken aback. During the advancement round yesterday, the spirit of the centaur did not speak at all. Jiang Shao could not understand the words of the spirit of the centaur and frantically asked for help. Prince Bino said with a troubled expression, "They should be speaking in the language of Xia." Sophia? Sophia said, "It's the language of Xia. These creatures have high intelligence and can learn the language of humans." Such high intelligence? Jiang Shao hurriedly asked, "What are they saying?" Sophia said softly, "They're doubting the strength of their opponents." Jiang Shao shook Prince Bino's arm excitedly and said, "Is there a cub of the spirit of the centaur among the rewards for this year's invitational tournament?" Prince Bino put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "Stop dreaming. This is a peerless treasure of Xia. The government controls it very strictly. It's an astral beast that is used by Xia to establish and consolidate diplomatic relations with other countries. It will only be taken out when giving gifts." Jiang Shao was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 773. I'll go. Jiang Shao muttered softly as he grimaced in pain. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. The centaur spirit was right. Although the 2 creatures were huge, the sea was their home ground. After all, they were 2 huge red penguins. Moreover, they were penguins wearing armor. The armor was not made by humans, but by the penguins themselves. In fact, the armor was not clothes or defensive equipment, but the feathers of the red penguins. They looked like that. They looked like ancient warriors, especially their helmets, which had curtains on both sides. It looked very strange. The armored penguins had high defense, decent attack, and could spit bubbles from afar. However, they were really too slow. They swayed as they walked. Although they looked very heroic, they always gave people the feeling that they were acting cute. The centaur spirit simply pressed the armored penguins against the ground. The armored penguins did not move very fast, so the centaur spirit even used binding arrows to bind them firmly in place. Then it started raining. The rain of arrows was dense. Every arrow was an arrow of star power. They were all unique Shia spirit arrows. The thick armor of the armored penguins was almost like a sieve. Even when the referee announced the end of the match, the two centaur spirits were still very dissatisfied with the match. They glanced at their master coldly with their huge eyes. The two contestants from Shia seemed to have good personalities, or rather, they doted on the centaur spirits very much. In short, the two contestants smiled embarrassedly and kept the centaur spirits back into the star map. Until the next match began, Jiang Shao was still thinking about the heroic appearance of the centaur spirits. It was said that centaur spirits were split into male and female. In the pictures, the female centaur spirits were very beautiful, but they had horns on their heads, which ruined their beauty. Zhao Fu wondered if the pictures in the book had been carefully selected. These creatures were like savage female archers. Among 100 savage female archers, there would always be a few that were passable. If the appearance of the centaur race was the standard of these two centaur spirits, then they should be given a sea spirit mask. This image was simply perfect. Speaking of the sea soul mask, the last match between Princess Sophia and Juliet had to be mentioned. This time, the rainforest civet didn't seem to be in a good mood. It wasn't very cooperative or interested in fighting. After being attacked several times, the rainforest civet finally became unhappy and began to fight back. The sea soul mask played an amazing role. When the rainforest civet was not working, the sea soul mask stepped forward bravely. Not only did it have a deterrent effect, but it also used an active star technique for the first time. On the mask, after the waves washed over it again and again, illusory heads wearing the ocean bloom mask, which were the heads of the rainforest raccoon wearing the ocean soul mask, rushed out in a frenzy and surrounded the rainforest raccoon. From time to time, they would charge at the opponent. Isn't that the star technique of the rainforest raccoon? Jiang Shao frantically retorted. Jiang Shao frantically asked Prince Bino, who was beside him, due to the fact that Jiang Shao had never seen or even heard of the sea soul mask before. Prince Bino explained patiently, that's the soul of the sea soul mask. After the sea soul mask is attached to the face of a certain creature, it can summon a soul head of the same appearance according to the shape of the creature's face. The soul head seems to be made up of illusory lines and has no physical body. However, that's not the case. Once someone touches that soul, the consequences will be dire. Jiang Shao had already seen the consequences. The target of the sea spirit surface was a swan-type creature that was soaring in the sky. Ever since its body was penetrated by the sea blue mask cat head, the white swan's body sank slightly, and the speed at which it flapped its wings seemed to have slowed down a little. Jiang Shao was secretly amazed and struck while the iron was hot. He continued to ask, "What's going on?" Prince Bino said, "It's heavier. The soul head penetrated your body and remained in your body, which is equivalent to adding a huge weight to you." Jiang Shao asked, "Weight?" "Yes, trust me," Prince Bino said with a look of lingering fear. Prince Bino had a look of lingering fear on his face. Obviously, he had been taught a harsh lesson by Princess Sophia. The weight isn't as light as you think it is. You will feel extremely heavy, as if you have been dragged to the bottom of the sea. Your movement speed will greatly decrease. Prince Bino then said angrily, "It would be great if I was really dragged to the bottom of the sea. My combat ability would be stronger in the water, but the problem is that the effect of this star technique is just to make you feel like you've been dragged into the water instead of really being dragged to the bottom of the sea. The environment around you hasn't changed." Prince Bino looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Do you think the speed of raising your hand on land and in the sea is the same?" Jiang Shao said, "Of course it's faster to raise my hand on land. The resistance is there." Prince Bino nodded and said, "That's true, but do you know what's more interesting?" Jiang Shao asked, Prince Bino said, "You just feel that your body is heavy and your movement speed has slowed down, but in fact, your weight hasn't changed at all. Jiang Shao suddenly asked. You've tried it before? Prince Bino muttered softly, yes, damn it, Sophia. Clearly, His Highness had been used as a guinea pig by Her Highness. How could Bino be a guinea pig so easily? The two of them didn't have a good relationship, either. He reckoned that he was probably dragged to do the experiment after being taught a lesson by Sophia. Looking at Prince Bino's expression, Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. Does this sea soul surface have any other star techniques? Yes, it has 3 star techniques. Prince Bino nodded and continued. There's also a sea soul ring. Prince Bino then raised his head slightly and gestured to the battlefield with his chin. Jiang Shao hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that there were streams of water surging on the slender body of the rainforest civet. Clear streams of water gushed out from the sea soul surface and spiraled downwards, wrapping around the body of the rainforest civet and reaching its long tail. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, defensive star technique? Water armor? No. Bino shook his head and continued. It increases one's movement speed and movement speed. Besides, this 3rd star technique also has a special effect that allows one to swim freely in the water. When I said that Sophia can allow you to move freely in the sea, I was referring to the effect of the 3rd star technique of the sea soul surface. She can order her star pets to match your face shape and wear it on your face. This, a star warrior who doesn't know how to swim and doesn't have any water-related star techniques, can fight in the water after wearing this mask. Is it that domineering? Besides, the effect of the sea soul surface, Jiang Shao grinned and said, this sea soul surface is too overpowered, isn't it? It increases the speed of others while reducing the pressure and increasing the speed of oneself. That's the effect of a trade-off. What kind of divine auxiliary star pet is this? Look at the rainforest civet on the ground. Its agility attribute is already maxed out and it's omnipotent. Yet, it's almost turning into a bolt of lightning now. Prince Bino said in a deep voice, this is the effect on land. If you see the effect of the sea soul ring in the water, you'll be even more surprised. Its speed will be even faster. While speaking, Prince Bino leaned forward slightly and looked at the rainforest civet. He said, I've suffered too much because of the sea soul surface. I have to get the champion's reward this time. The champion's reward? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, the champion's reward is the sea soul mask. Yes. Prince Bino turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, the champion's reward is 2 sea soul masks. Your star slot is full too. How about this? Let's make a deal. Jiang Shao was speechless. Prince Bino thought about it and said, I'll exchange my star beads with you. Jiang Shao said, as you said, the sea soul mask is a very rare star pet. This time, something happened at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean and you managed to capture such a star pet. What star bead are you going to use to exchange with me? All of a sudden, Prince Binuo was in a dilemma. He knew that the star bead that Jiang Shao was interested in was most likely of the spatial series. Previously, when Sophia hired Jiang Shao offered to pay her with a spatial star bead that could contain living people. Of course, Prince Bino couldn't be sure that he would be able to absorb 1 sea soul mask. Hence, he had to be prepared. Of course, it would be perfect if he could absorb 1 sea soul mask and turn it into a star pet. The remaining 1 could be exchanged with the other nobles. Jiang Shao said, there's a saying in China that a gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. Let me think about how to translate it to you. Jiang Shao stammered and reluctantly translated the ancient Chinese saying before getting to the point. I quite like the sea soul mask. Prince Bino muttered, Jiang Shao said, I have a lot of comrades and friends around me. It'd be great to have someone who can fight underwater. Besides, if they can really absorb the sea soul mask and become a star pet, they can also order the sea soul mask to cooperate with me underwater like your sister did. Prince Binuo pondered for a moment. Although he was unwilling, he still nodded. Jiang Shao whispered into Bino's ear, anyway, after the competition, we're going. Ahem. Anyway, regardless of whether you can absorb the sea soul mask and become a star pet, we can still try our luck. Prince Beano nodded silently. Some of the sea areas were restricted areas for him and Sophia. However, the siblings had already made up their minds to go to the sea privately. Hence, everything was possible. Besides the sea soul mask, they might also encounter more magical star beasts during this underwater journey. With a medical star warrior like Jiang Shao by their side to ensure everyone's safety, wouldn't they be able to choose whatever they wanted from the goods? While Prince Beano was thinking about it, Jiang Shao was also thinking about his second star pet, the Sea Soul Mask. If I increase the pressure and decelerate the speed, wouldn't the enemy be captured without putting up a fight? If I reduce the pressure and increase the speed, I'll be able to bring my comrades along to fight together. Most importantly, it'll be intimidating and oppressive. Wouldn't it be perfect to wear the Sea Soul Mask and scare Xia Yin in the middle of the night? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao looked at Prince Beano and asked, "By the way, can this mask change its form?" Prince Beano nodded and said, "Yes, the original Sea Soul Mask wasn't in the shape of waves. Sophia felt that its original form was ugly, so she changed it into the shape of water. TSK. It's perfect." Chapter 774. I'll add more chapters for teacher A Wolf. With a strong desire for the Platinum Divine Pet, the Sea Soul Mask, Jiang Shao practiced again with Babbling Bear and Prince Beano's Red Spot Doctor that night. There would be a talk show performance that night, and the organizers invited many famous talk show artists from all over the world who were of various styles. The talk show artists who could speak for 1 or 2 hours were forced to compress their performance time to less than 20 minutes and take turns to perform on stage. Therefore, the moment this group of people opened their mouths, they used all their skills to say the essence of the story. Their laughter was excellent. However, Prince Beano was dragged back to the Little Beimu Villa by Jiang Shao that night, and the two of them practiced again. Why? If nothing goes wrong, we'll be fighting the Grimm brothers from the country of Wool tomorrow. The importance of the competition was needless to say. However, during the training process, Jiang Shao was still a little distracted due to the fact that the competition during the day was too shocking. In fact, there were many images in Jiang Zhao's mind, all of which were about the Sea Soul Mask. The thought of being surrounded by the illusory lines of the Sea Soul's head in the midst of thousands of troops felt extremely cool. Back then, Third Master Zhang yelled angrily in front of Danyang Bridge and scared a nameless minion so much that he fell off his horse and died. After wearing this mask, would I be able to scare a husky into crying too? However, according to Prince Beano, Sophia wanted to order Jiang Shao to wear the Sea Soul Mask on his face so that Jiang Shao could move freely underwater. In the past few competitions, the Sea Soul Mask was worn on the face of the rainforest raccoon, and the various star techniques and effects were also displayed smoothly and effectively. In that case, Jiang Shao began to have other plans. Why do I have to absorb it myself? Why do I have to occupy the dependent position of the black and white candle? Why can't I take it back and let my teammates absorb the Sea Soul Mask? Anyway, the Sea Soul Mask is universal. As long as the owner commands it well, Jiang Shao can use it at will. The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more he felt that there was a chance. At present, Jiang Shao could give the Sea Soul Mask to Han Jiangxue or Xia Yin. Gu Shi and was also capable of expanding it further. Gu Shi's character was definitely good, and they were all part of the same team. However, the problem was that they didn't have many opportunities to do missions together, so they should pass Gu Shi. Xia Yin was a more suitable target, but she was not strong enough to enter the galaxy stage yet. Her 16-star slots were already full, and by the time she reached the galaxy stage, the cub of the Sea Soul face would have already matured and could no longer be absorbed. Han Jiangxue. Since Han Jiangxue planned to enter the alien ball, she would have to travel a long way. Under such circumstances, it would be a good choice for Han Jiangxue to have the ability to swim in the sea and gain another survival skill. After all, no one could guarantee what would happen in such a dangerous environment. Moreover, Jiang Shao was always by her side. During battles, she could borrow the Sea Soul Mask for free to kill enemies. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao could not help but secretly nod. TSK, TSK, Jiang Shao, Jiang Shao. You're getting more and more promising. He had even schemed against little Missy. In order to save the black and white candle-dependent quota, you actually let little Jiangshua help you absorb the sea soul mask. Wait, I can give it a second last too. She was very picky about the choice of star techniques. Although she had entered the Starfall stage in 2015, she only managed to acquire Frost Wind and Heart of Nature a long time later when she resolved the crisis in the Snow Mountain domain. Besides, Star Pet Xiao only occupied 3 of her star slots at most. In addition to the star techniques of summoning and atomization that Jiang Shao had never seen before, Second Last had at least 2 or 3 star slots that could be used. Jiang Shao wasn't too sure and decided to ask about it when he got back. The rainforest civet was surrounded by water, which was a good example for Second Last. Wasn't the rainforest civet just a weaker, smaller, and less beautiful version of Second Last? For any star warrior, an increase in their underwater combat ability would be beneficial without any drawbacks. However, Second Last's main battlefield was on land, and she had the star technique Roar. Once it was cast, her words would be filled with a faint sense of majesty that was enough to deter others. If she were to be equipped with a sea soul mask, wouldn't that be terrible? How should Jiang Shao communicate with her in the future? Hey, what are you thinking about? Give me an order. Prince Bino suddenly yelled and snapped Jiang Shao out of his daze. Oh. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and looked at Ying Bear, only to realize that it was holding the red spot doctor in its hand and looking at him with its head tilted. Jiang Shao said, "You're already a mature Ying Bear. You have to learn to fight on your own." Ying Bear asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "You've already grown up. You have to learn to do your own things. I can't stay by your side forever." Ying Bear was dumbfounded. Prince Bino watched in bewilderment as Ying Bear threw away the red spot doctor in its hand and lay on the ground, rubbed its eyes, and fell asleep. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly scurried over. "Oh, my little ancestor. I was wrong. You haven't grown up yet. You're still a baby. Hurry and get up. Hey, don't fall asleep." The next day, the contestants were all gathered together. This time, Her Royal Highness, who had disappeared yesterday, had returned. Although her team had been eliminated yesterday, she did not seem to care. It seemed that she was not interested in winning or losing. In the venue, a middle-aged man in a suit said, "First of all, congratulations to our team for making it to the top 6. Thank you for the exciting competition that everyone has given us." Accompanied by bursts of applause, the host continued, "Today, we will have 3 competitions. Without further ado, let's enjoy the exciting battles." As he spoke, the host casually turned the ping-pong ball in the glass jar beside him, took out a small ball, and twisted it open. For the first match, let's welcome team number 15. Oh, they're coming. The seeded team. Haha. The remaining teams are all very powerful. It'll be fun to watch whoever they fight. Amidst the discussions, the Grimm brothers from the nation will stood up with a smile on their faces and waved to the people around them. The host turned the ball in the glass jar again and silently took out one, twisting it open. Team number 6. In an instant, the Grimm brothers looked over, and Jiang Shao also turned his head to look at the 2 of them. Enemies on a narrow road? No, the road was actually very wide. There were 5 teams left, which meant that the Grimm brothers had 5 paths in front of them. However, the 4 paths other than Jiang Zhao's had been blocked by Princess Sophia. It was confirmed. Shady, but Jiang Shao liked it very much. Think about how Jiang Zhao's road to the World Cup had been. That was really a dark path to the end. From the god of magic to the god of war, from the captain to the lunatic, he went against the 2 hosts one by one. He did not miss a single one, and he even gave Jiang Shao a good opportunity to participate in the Huaxia Civil War. Was Jiang Zhao's path not dark? Damn, I finally have someone on my side this time. I'm finally going to defame others. So comfortable. Yesterday, the second princess had just said to the Grimm brothers, "Your expectations may come true. Today, it will come true for you." Behind, the Grimm brothers walked over with a very friendly look. They gently put their arms around Jiang Zhao's shoulders, and the four of them walked harmoniously to the venue. The Grimm brothers' goal was very clear. They did not provoke Prince Beano and were simply talking to Jiang Zhao. Shuze Grimm put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulders and said softly, "It will be over soon, don't worry." Jiang Zhao said, "Huh?" Shuze Grimm smiled and said softly, "If you really can't win, you can also enter the arena. The referee will rule that you have violated the rules. In that case, at least your star pet won't be too seriously injured. Our astral pets are very aggressive. It would be a pity if we accidentally kill your astral pet." Jiang Zhao turned to look at Shu Ze Grimm, who had a polite smile on his face and seemed to be sincerely giving Jiang Zhao advice. Is he afraid that Xiong will die in battle? Jiang Zhao was not a noble and did not need to pretend at all. He grinned and did not deliberately lower his voice. Instead, he said, "Friend, are you living in a dream? Your European shield, Neil, is too lucky to have met me at the end. At least he can get second place. Look at you two brothers. Now that you've met me, you guys can't even make it to the finals, and yet you're here to fight for the sixth place?" Shuze Grimm's face stiffened, and the smile on his brother Riemann Grimm's face also stiffened slightly. At the side, Prince Beano tried his best to hold back his laughter, but he really couldn't help it. He covered his face with one hand while his shoulders trembled continuously. Jiang Zhao did not lower his voice when he spoke. Everyone present was a star warrior who had sharp ears and eyes. Hence, the atmosphere immediately became heated. This group of people, no matter how much hatred they bore in their hearts and who had conflicts with each other in private, on the surface, they were all very polite and friendly. However, Jiang Zhao was different. He didn't beat around the bush. He would get straight to the point and rebuke them to his heart's content. Since it was a quarrel, one had to go for the other party's sore spot. If one insisted that Shu Ze Grimm was ugly, he wouldn't care at all because he was indeed rather handsome. However, if one said that he wasn't strong enough, he really couldn't. Shu Ze Grimm put down his hand that was on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Since you don't accept my kind suggestion, we'll see each other in the arena." Shu Ze then walked towards the lawn on the side with his brother, who had a rather awkward expression on his face. Jiang Zhao nudged Prince Beano with his shoulder and said, "After all, the child is innocent. Let's not kill their star pets later. If the two of them are indignant after we lose the competition, I'll go and challenge them to a one-on-one fight." Prince Beano grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and hurriedly walked to the lawn on the other side while saying, "World champion, you have to be human." There was another round at night. Apex. Chapter 775. The star pets of both parties, please step forward, the referee said. Beside Jiang Zhao, Ying Bear appeared out of thin air and sat on the grass. Beside the baby bear, the red spot doctor also landed on the lawn with a thud. After you win, there will be all kinds of delicious food. Use the icy star technique. Jiang Zhao rubbed Ying Bear's furry head and leaned over to lean his face closer. Under the effect of the icy star technique, Ying Bear's mind became clearer and its sleepiness subsided. It could also listen to Jiang Zhao's words better. Jiang Zhao said to its furry ears, "You have to work harder today. Your opponent is very strong and said that he wants to beat you to death." Ying Bear was dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, Ying Bear would be ready to work hard as long as there was food. However, things were different now. It was said that someone wanted to beat it to death. Oh dear, who is it? How can he sleep better than me? Why hasn't he woken up yet? I might be cute, but do you really think I'm not a bear? Ying Bear's ears seemed to be a little itchy, and it couldn't help but move its body to get up. It then looked at the two little fellows opposite it. One was Little Red Riding Hood, while the other was Little Blue Riding Hood. Ying Bear turned to look at Jiang Zhao and blinked in bewilderment. Jiang Zhao nodded. The baby bear climbed down and picked up the wet, mottled red mask on the ground. Like a noodle stretching master, the bear held both ends of the mottled red mask and stretched it out to both sides. Taking advantage of the situation, He tossed it up and down and put it around his neck. Prince Beano was speechless. After confirming that both parties were ready, the referee waved the flag and said, "The competition begins." Who, yeah, Little Red Riding Hood stretched her hand forward and a dark red star appeared beside Little Blue Riding Hood, revolving around her body. At the same time, Little Blue Riding Hood also put together a huge long-handled war hammer and dashed towards Ying Bear at an extremely fast speed. Ying Bear grinned. That look was exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's. However, to be honest, Ying Bear was much more suave and domineering than Jiang Zhao. It was ferocious and adorable. An illusory giant bamboo appeared in the bear's hands. It twisted its butt and ran towards the Little Blue Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood's body was also surrounded by dark red stars. She ran extremely fast. Under the strong wind, her hood was blown open, revealing her big purple eyes that took up half of her face. As it giggled, a black star appeared around the bear's body and rotated rapidly. The speed at which the humming bear was running suddenly slowed down. Hey! Little Blue Riding Hood carried his giant war hammer and quickly approached the humming bear. Then, he smashed it down viciously. Jiang Zhao shouted, "Stand still, baby bear." Smash it back. Surrounded by the black stars, the baby bear felt like it was carrying a heavy burden. It was really stable, but it couldn't run fast. Hugging the illusory round bamboo, the baby bear listened to Jiang Zhao's orders and knocked the illusory round bamboo against the hammer. Bang! The astral power overflowed, and the ice candle flame surged. What happened? This special flame is so cool. It was also an illusory weapon, but it seemed to have a physical form. The illusory round bamboo and the illusory war hammer collided, and the illusory lines of the war hammer were outlined with ice candle flames. Star technique, candle bamboo, non-upgradable, dependent form. In an instant, Little Blue Riding Hood seemed to be holding a burning ice flame warhammer. Wow! Little Blue Riding Hood shrieked and hurriedly threw away the burning illusory warhammer in his hand, as if he had suffered a great deal of damage. Jiang Zhao frantically yelled, "Great! Humming Bear, continue smashing. Don't give them a chance." The humming bear dragged his heavy body and smashed the huge round bamboo towards Little Blue Riding Hood again. The humming bear did not use the round bamboo to sweep or slash. Instead, he hugged the round bamboo and smashed it upwards and downwards, as if he was hugging a huge wooden stake and smashing it. Such a special attacking posture obviously reduced the attack range of the humming bear and also increased the time it took to attack. Under normal circumstances, with Little Blue Riding Hood's speed, especially after it was enhanced with the dark red stars, Little Blue Riding Hood would be able to dodge the attack easily. But this time, the ice candle flame in the air spread to Little Blue Riding Hood's body. Little Blue Riding Hood showed signs of being frozen. Not only was its pair of tender hands frozen, but its speed was also reduced by a notch. The humming bear roared happily, and the huge illusory, round bamboo smashed Little Blue Riding Hood into the ground like a pile driver. Little Blue Riding Hood's knees had already sunk into the turf. Boom! There was another loud sound. Continue with the pile driver. Half of Little Blue Riding Hood's body had already sunk into the grass. The humming bear hugged the illusory round bamboo and smashed Little Blue Riding Hood into the ground again and again. Boom! You're the one who wants to kill me? Boom! Do you really think I'm not a bamboo bear? Boom! Are you awake? If you're not, let's continue. Boom! 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 As a platinum quality creature, Little Blue Riding Hood's defense was also very high. It used its hands to block its head and tried hard to put the hammer together again. However, before it could swing the hammer, the illusory round bamboo had already smashed down. The ice candle flames surged and froze Little Blue Riding Hood. It quickly froze Little Blue Riding Hood so that it could not move. Quick! Disturb! Purify! Shu Zeglin shouted from afar. However, he was speaking in German and Jiang Zhao could not understand him. It was okay if Jiang Zhao could not understand him, but Little Red Riding Hood could. Hey! Little Red Riding Hood stretched out her hands, and a bright star surrounded Little Blue Riding Hood's body. To be exact, it surrounded Little Blue Riding Hood's head. This was because Little Blue Riding Hood had already been nailed into the grass by the humming bear. Hence, the scene was rather comical. It was as if they were watching a cartoon. The little dwarf that was smashed dizzily looked dizzy, and stars were spinning around its head. Whoa! Little Red Riding Hood was extremely fast. Her small body was filled with astonishing power, and she smashed her head towards Humming Bear. Left! Humming Bear! Left! Jiang Shao yelled frantically. Humming Bear also sensed that someone was attacking it, but the enemy was too fast. When Humming Bear turned around, the door was wide open. For Star Warriors, opening the door might mean death. However, for Humming Bear, its furry, round belly was full of fat. Passive star technique, gold quality star technique, bear fat. Thump! Little Red Riding Hood slammed her head into Humming Bear's belly and bounced back again. Wow, this is so fun, isn't it? It's so cute. Each one is cuter than the other. My heart is about to melt. A princess covered her heart with one hand and her eyes were filled with stars. The scene might be cartoonish and cute, but the battle was real. It was a battle between 4 platinum pets. For platinum pets, what did that mean? Once they started fighting, the effects would be devastating. Jiang Shao yelled, Humming Bear, use red spot medicine. Red spot medicine? That was the name of the star pet, not the name of the star technique. Fortunately, Jiang Shao was speaking in Mandarin. Otherwise, everyone would be even more dumbfounded. Humming Bear picked up the red spot medicine that was wrapped around its neck and flung it at Little Red Riding Hood like a whip. The red spot medicine that was flung out suddenly grew larger and quickly approached Little Red Riding Hood. Dr. Red Spot opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Little Red Riding Hood in one gulp. Oh no! Shu Zhe and Green's expression changed drastically. Little Red Riding Hood was purely an auxiliary star beast. Although it was a platinum quality star beast, it did not have any offensive star techniques. The red spot medicine was a devouring doctor hidden in the depths of the sea. What kind of monsters were there at the bottom of the sea? How could it let the red spot medicine devour it so easily? Since the red spot medicine had such a name, it was obviously capable. Ordinary star beasts would not be able to escape. Seeing that the red spot medicine had swallowed Little Red Riding Hood, Humming Bear loosened its grip and ignored the red spot medicine and Little Red Riding Hood. It was now time for a one-on-one battle. Humming Bear turned around, only to discover that Little Blue Riding Hood had already crawled out and scurried away. There was only a thin layer of frost on its body that was about to be frozen just now. The bright star that Little Red Riding Hood threw out previously was the star technique Purification. Fall of the Gods. Reem Green finally couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled out the name of the platinum quality star technique. Waiaya. Little Blue Riding Hood quickly retreated. In her small hands, a huge war hammer appeared, and she threw it into the sky. Huh. Jiang Shao sneered and thought, you guys shouldn't have engaged in melee combat. You're just asking to be humiliated. Do you think that we're clumsy just because our Humming Bear is chubby and furry? Well, we're indeed a little clumsy, but we have a lot of fat. I'm not afraid of you. A huge illusory warhammer hung high in the sky, and a series of illusory warhammers were swung out, blasting towards the baby bear. As soon as Jiang Shao finished bragging, he felt a little intimidated. After all, it was a platinum quality star technique that Jiang Shao had personally experienced before. During the World Cup, Jiang Shao could be considered to be extremely fast, and he managed to dodge Neil's attack. However, Humming Bear did not have such a dodging technique, nor did it have such speed and agility. Hence, it could not avoid the heavy blow at all. Crash! Crash! Jiang Shao yelled. Humming Bear froze for a moment, because it was too far away from Little Blue Riding Hood. How could it crash? Jiang Shao frantically yelled, don't run over. Just crash. In the midst of the crisis, Humming Bear showed its trust in Jiang Shao and slammed its head forward. However, due to the excessive momentum, it ended up lying on the grass. Get on all fours and continue crashing. Jiang Shao yelled. Humming Bear propped itself up and slammed forward again. It appeared. Crash and rush. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of illusory hammers chased after Humming Bear and smashed it violently. Under the lead of Black and White Candle, Humming Bear used Black and White Candle's star technique to crash and dash forward frantically. It's just like a bug. Humming Bear, which did not have an advantage in terms of speed, actually relied on the Black and White Candle's star technique to crash and dash towards Little Blue Riding Hood. Wow, so fast, so fierce. It's simply a godly pet of China, the audience exclaimed. Amidst the deafening sounds of the hammers, the referee's whistle was particularly ear-piercing. Beep, beep. Dr. Erythema, please release Little Red Riding Hood. Dr. Erythema, please release Little Red Riding Hood immediately. Beano hurriedly ordered his star pet and spat out Little Red Riding Hood, whose clothes had melted and her skin was corroded and corroded. Woo! Humming Bear wailed and was still affected by the star power that was splashing everywhere, causing its body to be flipped over. Humming Bear was smashed into the ground by a heavy hammer that chased after it. It kept whimpering, making Jiang Zhao's heart ache. Stop chasing Little Blue Riding Hood. Target Dr. Erythema. Crash! Jiang Zhao yelled. Woo! Humming Bear was not only terrifyingly strong in defense, but it also had a strong head. After being bombarded by the hammers, it forcefully crashed out of the pit. It dashed towards Dr. Erythema frantically. Little Blue Riding Hood was too fast and couldn't be caught at all, but Little Red Riding Hood was lying on the ground covered in wounds, and a small part of her calf had even melted. On the surface, Jiang Zhao was saying that he was going to crash into Dr. Erythema, but in fact, Dr. Erythema was in the same position as Little Red Riding Hood. Stop! Raymond Green yelled angrily, but he had no choice but to stop. Under Little Blue Riding Hood's control, the hammers hanging in the air finally stopped attacking. The referee looked at Raymond Green and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" "No, I won't admit defeat." Raymond Green yelled resolutely with anger written all over his face. Humming Bear quickly crawled to Dr. Erythema's side. "Heal it," Prince Beano yelled. Dr. Erythema spat out a mouthful of white star power, which fused into Humming Bear's body and quickly healed its injuries. The defensive power of the bear fat star technique was indeed strong, but the platinum quality fallen deities was not to be trifled with. After Little Blue Riding Hood stopped attacking, the staff finally found an opportunity to carry Little Red Riding Hood off the stage. Continue the competition, Raymond Green said gloomily while clenching his fists. You can't even win 2 against 2, and yet you still want to fight 1 against 2? Jiang Zhao looked at Raymond Green and said, I think what your brother said to me previously is quite right. If you can't beat them, you can still enter the arena. If you enter the arena, the referee will rule that you have violated the rules. That way, at least your star pet will not be injured. Below the arena, Shu Zeglin leaned towards Little Red Riding Hood and watched as the medical star warrior healed Little Red Riding Hood. Upon hearing this, Shu Zeglin immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhao. He was so infuriated that his face turned pale and his body was trembling slightly. Shut up, Ramangren said through gritted teeth. The fall of the gods. Jiang Zhao humphed and turned to look at Beano, who nodded. Clearly, the two of them had a battle strategy. Beano yelled, swallow it. Dr. Hongban swallowed the Ying bear in one gulp, and at the next moment, the hammer in Little Blue Riding Hood's hand rose into the air. Beano waved his hand and yelled, launch! Dr. Hongban flung his body and spat out the Ying bear. The Ying bear flew too quickly and dashed straight towards Little Blue Riding Hood. At the same time, a large number of hammers smashed towards Dr. Hongban. Raymond Green's expression changed, and he yelled, Little Blue Riding Hood, get out of the way. Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, Ancestor's body. Roar! The Ying bear, which had been launched towards Little Blue Riding Hood, suddenly grew in size. It grew from 8 meters to 5 meters. It was not just a simple increase in height. It was an increase in all aspects. That increase in body size gave people an extremely terrifying impression. Under normal circumstances, Little Blue Riding Hood might be able to dodge the Ying bear's attack, But as the Ying bear suddenly grew bigger, the range of control of the Ying bear also expanded several times. The huge Ying bear grabbed Little Blue Riding Hood, who was trying to escape with its paw, and used it as a cushion under its butt. Roar! The Ying bear roared towards the sky, and its heavy body fell. Little Blue Riding Hood was under its, but as it sat on the ground. Bang! Jiang Zhao's body subconsciously leaned back, and he grimaced in pain. The group of nobles in the audience did not manage their expressions very well. They all held their heads with their hands and gasped question. What does it feel like to be sat on the ground by a 5-meter giant bamboo bear? Answer: I don't think it feels like it. 4,400 words were written without any pause. The competition was completed. For the past few days, you've been reading until midnight. I hope everyone has a good time. For the sake of you's hard work, please vote for the little toxic healer, Ying Bear, Ying bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 776. The giant bamboo bear set the dwarf on the ground, and with the help of the little blue hat, it dragged the dwarf forward for a short distance. That was not all. After the giant bamboo bear stood up, it picked up the round bamboo in its arms again and smashed it at Little Blue Riding Hood, who was dizzy and unable to move freely. This time, it was no longer a nail. Due to the huge size of the bamboo bear, the round bamboo in its arms had also turned into a giant bamboo. When it smashed into the ground, a large pit was formed. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant bamboo hit the pile, the ice candle flame spread again. Beep, 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 beep. The referee observed carefully and realized that Little Blue Riding Hood had already lost the ability to fight due to the ferocious attack. Hence, he hurriedly blew the whistle. It's back. Ying Bear. Well done. Jiang Xiao cheered loudly. Ying Bear strode back, and the ground seemed to tremble with every step it took. Seeing that the hill was moving towards him, Jiang Xiao felt a little frightened. The humming bear was simply too huge, and the oppressive aura it gave off was too strong. Change back. Hurry up and become cute, Jiang Xiao ordered. Ing. The giant bamboo bear approached Jiang Xiao and was initially looking down at Little Blue Riding Hood. However, after hearing Jiang Zhao's order, it couldn't help but tilt its head and sit on the ground with a bewildered expression. How do I become cute? Wow, Jiang Xiao stepped forward and buried his head in its furry, round belly before rubbing it left and right. So cute. It turns out that being cute really has nothing to do with one's size. Amidst the applause and cheers, Jiang Xiao walked off the stage with the Ying bear that had shrunk back to its original form. The Grimm brothers had already left. It was said that they were going to treat their injured star pets and find a more professional medical awakened star warrior to treat their injuries. However, everyone knew that the Grimm brothers were a little embarrassed. This was a top-notch competition. Although the participants didn't take it seriously, and some of them even missed the competition because they were having fun, it didn't affect the professionalism of the competition authorities. The medical awakened staff were all outstanding medical awakened star warriors. Where else could they find a doctor? Uffed. It's best to leave, Jiang Xiao muttered as he sat at the round table and leaned over to stroke the humming bear that was lying at his feet. At the side, Juliet covered her mouth and chuckled. They're just afraid that you'll say something else. Ha! That mouth of yours. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What's wrong with my little mouth? Have you tasted it? Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare to say it out loud. The pain and soreness of the flesh on the inside of his arm made Jiang Xiao reminisce endlessly. It was better not to provoke this girl. Let her continue to wear a mask and continue to be noble and elegant. Try not to interact too much. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. In the next match, the high contestants took the stage again. This time, the Centaur Spirit's opponents were no longer weak. However, the two Centaur Spirits still won easily. It could be seen that when one's rank was the same and one's strength was the same, intelligence was the key to victory. The two Centaur Spirits had a clear division of labor and were extremely capable. One restrained and one attacked, while the other wandered and attacked. The more Jiang Xiao watched, the more he liked them. If this continued, one centaur spirit would not be able to satisfy Jiang Shao anymore. At the very least, he needed a group of centaur spirits. The world was so big, where could he not go? Thinking back to the time when the champion Marquis, Huopiaki, led a group of cavalry and charged straight in. Wouldn't that be great? Well, it was a pity that the centaur spirits were all souls and could not be ridden. However, even if they could be ridden with their intelligence and pride, they probably would not let others ride them. The enemy was too weak, so they were not willing to fight. They were very dissatisfied with their master summoning them. From this aspect, many problems could be seen. I'm human too. Besides, I'm a race with the body of a horse, which is more noble than humans. Why should I let you ride me? Speaking of which, if nothing went wrong, the battle for the championship would probably be between Jiang Shao and Haya. To his surprise, something unexpected happened. Or rather, due to the fact that they had been sitting at the same table, Jiang Shao began to lower his guard against the combination of Princess Sophia and Juliet. When the rainforest civet used the sea soul mass to form a waterspout with wind and water to crush the enemy's body and win easily, Jiang Shao realized the seriousness of the problem. None of the three star pet teams that advanced were to be trifled with. In comparison, fighting with the centaur spirits was the best choice for Jiang Shao. It was because Juliet's rainforest civet was too fast, especially after it was enhanced by the sea soul mask. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Zhao's hummingbird was not a star pet that was known for its speed in the first place. A rapid attack, star pet versus a physical defense, star pet Psi. I'm at a disadvantage. While Sophia and Juliet were killing everyone on the battlefield, Jiang Shao and Prince Bino couldn't help but look at each other. The final prize of the champion, the Sea Soul Mask, was really not certain who would get it. Ahem. Jiang Shao, who was paying close attention to the competition, turned around, only to see the zombie lady, Caesar, coughing softly. Every time he saw the color of her skin, Jiang Shao would always feel that she was terminally ill and unhealthy. Caesar sat down and Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. He hurriedly shifted his butt inwards. The bamboo bear is very cute. As he spoke, Caesar bent down and gently rubbed the bamboo bear's big furry head. His white palm passed through the white candlelight and gently fiddled with it. Jiang Shao immediately kept his guard up. Juliet had once mentioned Caesar, and according to Jiang Zhao's speculations, Caesar should be a bandit or a bandit. Caesar's eyes were full of love. She looked away reluctantly and turned to look at Jiang Shao. I've been working hard for a long time, but I just couldn't get a report on the bamboo bear from the Chinese Star Beast Research Institute. Such a magical creature must have been approved by the Star Beast Research Institute before they brought it out for the competition, right? Huh. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, did this girl come prepared? Caesar whispered, your bamboo bear is different from the normal ones. Would you like to share the secret with me? Jiang Shao frowned and asked, what's in it for me? Caesar shrugged and said, I have a lot of resources, intelligence, and information on all kinds of star pets. You'll like it. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I can't tell you. You'd better wait for the report. There were some things that couldn't be said. It was up to the Chinese government to make the announcement. Jiang Shao couldn't ruin his own future for small profit. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao smiled and teased. Don't you have a special time-type star pet? Let it take you to the future, to the era when the Star Beast report is published. The future, Caesar murmured. After a long time, she seemed to have suddenly woken up and said, it's a pity that I couldn't catch up with that special time-type star pet. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure if Caesar was telling the truth, but he was sure that when Caesar murmured the word future, she looked rather solemn. Jiang Shao asked softly, have you really been to the future? Caesar looked at Jiang Shao as if he was a retard and asked, what are you talking about? Jiang Shao frowned. He was rather confident in his own judgment. Have you really caught the time-type star pet and have already started using it? What about the future? Caesar felt as if she had heard a fantasy story. She was stunned for a while and then sneered. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What is he laughing at? Is he laughing awkwardly? Caesar suddenly reached out and gently patted Jiang Zhao's face. There's no need to travel through time. I can tell you what's going on in the future. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and dodged her palm. Huh. Caesar leaned over and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear with her pale lips. There are fewer and fewer dimensional spaces blooming on Earth. Instead, there are more and more holy ground. Earth will become particularly interesting. On the same piece of land, some places will be daytime, some places will be dusk, and some places will be nighttime. People gradually retreated and gave up the villages in the mountains. Gradually, they gathered in the big cities and were guarded by the army. They hid in various secret strongholds and tried their best to survive. The creatures of other dimensions invaded Earth and competed with humans for a living environment. After a few years of fighting, those intelligent creatures surfaced and gradually became the leaders of the creatures of other dimensions. They launched a violent attack on the human forces. Some countries wanted to use their ultimate force, but it would be like drinking poison to quench their thirst. There are countless holy ground. Not only will this decision not achieve good results, it will also make our living environment even more precarious. Under the endless human wave tactics of the star beasts of other dimensions, the human camp retreated step by step, and the decline was gradually unable to be reversed. In the end, the human camp could only negotiate with the creatures of other dimensions in an attempt to obtain a stable living environment. However, there were countless dimensional creatures that surged out of the holy ground at all times. There was no end to them. Soon, there was no place for humans on the mainland. People were forced to be driven into the ocean, and then, Jiang Zhao asked, and then what? Caesar said, at this time, I appeared. I waved my hand gently, and the billions of holy ground and star beasts on Earth were all easily wiped out by me. The humans worshipped me as their savior. After more than 2,000 years, a new Caesar the Great was born. I was finally crowned as king. The people of the world prostrated at my feet, thanking me profusely and worshipping me. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Caesar looked at Jiang Zhao with a serious expression and said, Now, as long as you tell me the secret of this special bamboo bear, I promise that after the apocalypse, I will let you follow me and provide you with protection. How about that? Isn't that a good deal? Jiang Zhao was speechless. She appeared, a Chinibi girl. Can 24 or 25 years old still be considered a girl? Her persona has collapsed. Before they met, Juliet and Caesar were cold and aloof and mysterious. But what happened? They only spoke a few words? Why did they reveal their true colors? Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. Your story is very good. Forget about the deal. When the apocalypse comes, I'm prepared to become king, and I don't need your protection anymore. Hee. Caesar giggled and said with a mischievous look, That works too. Tell me the secret of this bamboo bear, and I'll follow you from now on. I'll be your right-hand man. How about that? Jiang Zhao shook his head decisively. Who wants you as a subordinate? You're even more unreliable than me. Sigh. Caesar looked at Jiang Zhao bitterly and said, Your personality has never changed. It's exactly the same as 3 years later. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded and looked at Caesar dumbfoundedly. Ha 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 ha. Caesar suddenly laughed out loud with a mischievous smile on her face. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Jiang Zhao. She gently tapped the tip of her nose with a look that said, I tricked you again. Jiang Zhao looked upset and grinned at Caesar. This girl, she's so full of lies. She's the #1 wolf king in the European server. She doesn't even need to draft a lie. The outline of the story is not bad. Why don't I write a book for you? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 777. More updates for Alliance Master Jinxue. Jiang Zhao stood up and sat on the other side of Prince Bino. He then moved his butt and squeezed Prince Bino to Caesar's side. How could he be sure that Caesar was talking nonsense? Because Caesar didn't even know about the alien sphere. In fact, he didn't even have any information about it. If the population on Earth was really huge, the number of star beasts was huge, then it would be possible for humans to migrate to the alien sphere. Although it was extremely dangerous there would always be human seeds left. However, There was no projection in the alien sphere. The people living there were all original bodies. The number of star beasts wouldn't be like the projections in the lower dimensions, where there would be endless projections and the number wouldn't increase endlessly. Your Royal Highness. Caesar nodded politely. Prince Bino smiled and nodded. How is it? Are you satisfied with the red wine here? It's delicious. It's so delicious. Caesar suddenly held his forehead with one hand and said, Ah, I drank too much. I'm going to take a break. As he spoke, little zombie rubbed his blonde hair and glanced at Jiang Shao with a smile in his blue eyes. Jiang Shao suddenly waved at Caesar. Huh? Caesar was slightly stunned, but he walked to the back of Jiang Zhao's sofa and leaned over. Jiang Shao whispered, Do you want to know the secret of the bamboo bear? Yeah. Caesar lifted the long hair on the side of his face, tucked it behind his ear, and moved his ear closer. Jiang Shao whispered, The biggest secret of the bamboo bear is me. If you become my star pet, there will be a special effect. Take out all the precious star pets you've collected over the years, and let me see which star beast will have white flames on its head if it follows me. Caesar stood up, looked down at Jiang Shao, and said in disdain, Liar. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Whether I'm a liar or not, you can prove it with your star pet. However, let me make this clear first. After I take it away, your star pet will be mine. You can't get it back. I don't believe you. Caesar pursed his lips. You want to spy on my strength? You want to see the star pets I've collected all over the world over the years? With that, Caesar turned around and left without hesitation. At the side, Prince Binuo said, Friend, if you want to deceive others and regain your face, you have to make up a story that others can believe. How could anyone possibly be deceived by your words? Sigh. Jiang Shao sighed softly. How sad. I'm telling you the truth, but you all think I'm lying? Are there still good people in this world? What about the most basic trust between people? Has honesty gone out of fashion? Harboring a bitter criticism of the European nobles, Jiang Shao watched the final competition and dragged Prince Bino back to the little Baima Manor. Champion. We want to be champions. No dancing parties, no talk shows. Not to mention indulging in debauchery. Jiang Shao knew that the nobles really didn't care about the champion's reward. After all, he had been suppressed by Princess Sophia's sea soul surface many times. Hence, he tried his best to obtain the sea soul surface. Hence, he cooperated with Jiang Zhao's training. With the help of the black and white candle, Humming Bear was also very impressive. Jiang Shao thought to himself that after this competition, he would have to reward the black and white candle well. Humming Bear was happy, eating all kinds of delicacies every day, but the black and white candle suffered. For this reason, Jiang Shao specially comforted the black and white candle and promised that after the competition, he would entertain the black and white candle warmly after returning to China. That night, Jiang Shao and Bino came up with a few tricks to prepare for the final competition tomorrow. It was a quiet night. Early the next morning, Jiang Shao and Prince Bino rushed to the venue. The contestants who indulged in debauchery last night also rushed over to watch the competition because of the final competition. The results of yesterday's competition showed that 3 teams advanced and 3 teams were eliminated. Jiang Shao thought that there would be a ranking competition for the losers group, but he was overthinking it. The 3 teams that failed did not compete at all. Even the Grimm brothers from the nation of Will had left and were nowhere to be seen. It was said that today's competition would be a round robin. In front of the venue, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes stepped on the lawn with a glass jar beside him. He looked radiant as he said, Finally, this year's Elite Invitational is coming to an end. Today, we will decide the first, second, and third place of this competition. Wow, good, good. Polite applause and cheers also sounded at the venue. The applause came from the nobles, and the cheers came from a group of supporters. The attendants at the scene also had the task of setting up the atmosphere. The host smiled and pressed his hand down, and the cheers stopped. The host said, Before that, please allow me to invite the grand entrance of this year's first, second, and third place prizes. Normal rewards wouldn't have such an introduction. However, the prizes of the Elite Invitational were all living creatures, all-star pets, which was why there was such an introduction. Jiang Shao hurriedly looked up, only to see that the attendants had lined up and were pushing carts. There was a box on each cart that was covered with a white cloth, making them look extremely mysterious. 4 of them were small carts, just like the dining cars in hotels. 2 of them were carts that were used to transport goods. The boxes on them were also extremely large and seemed to be at least 2 meters tall. The attendants passed by the audience and arrived at the lawn while everyone looked at them expectantly. The 3rd place prize. The host stepped forward and walked towards the 2 carts. He then grabbed a corner of the white cloth and pulled it down. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, what's this? A retro, handheld kerosene lamp? A lantern? There was a stone that emitted a blue light at the bottom of the white glass box. He reckoned that the star power handcuffs should have been made of this stone, and its main function was to seal the star power in the body of a star warrior. The Sea Soul lantern in the glass box was obviously affected by the blue stone as it floated obediently in the glass box, unable to cast any star techniques. This year's prize is much more tempting and of higher quality than the previous few. The host introduced excitedly. This is the prize for the 3rd place, the Sea Soul lantern. It comes from the Sea Soul domain dimensional space at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. I believe that everyone here knows how rare it is. Please allow me to remind the team that is about to win the 3rd place. It would be a good choice to give it to your younger siblings as a gift. However, you guys have to be extra careful and don't let your younger siblings bully it. When this light is lit up, it will cause blindness. Ha hee hee. Jiang Shao chuckled and looked at the lantern floating in the glass box. It was in the shape of a retro, handheld kerosene lamp. The dark blue cylinder in the middle was translucent, and there was a dark blue flame burning inside. There were 2 dark blue cylinders on both sides of the dark blue cylinder, with a dark blue base and a dark blue cover on top. The item was extremely exquisite and had no facial features. He couldn't tell what kind of creature it was, either. Hence, it was indeed suitable as a gift. Jiang Shao hurriedly asked Prince Beano, what star techniques does this Sea Soul lantern have? Prince Beano whispered, it can illuminate, and the light in it can be so bright that it's blinding to the eyes. It can make the enemy temporarily blind. When the brightness of the light is moderate, it will also have a soothing effect. This is a gold-quality creature, which is very rare. As long as the creature doesn't die, the lantern won't go out. Besides, it comes from the sea and can provide illumination in the sea. It's docile and easy to take care of. It doesn't need to eat and only needs to absorb star power to survive. Because of its exquisite structure, the soft light can soothe one's mind, so it's very suitable as a gift. The most important thing is that it comes from the same dimensional space as the Sea Soul surface. Hence, it's very rare and loved by people in this circle. After listening to Prince Beano's explanation, Jiang Shao nodded and thought, it seems that the rewards of the Elite Invitational Tournament are not only about strength, but also about how rare it is. Jiang Shao thought to himself, these Sea Soul lanterns are very suitable to be thrown into the shadow of Calamity Ruins. The attendant pushed the cart and pushed the 2 motionless Sea Soul lanterns to the side. The host walked towards the 2 carts that were used to transport the goods. The 2 boxes were relatively large. He squatted down and grabbed a corner of the white cloth under the 2 glass covers. He then pulled the white cloth off and said, the reward for the runner-up. SS, tisk tisk. The reward for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place are all from the Sea Soul territory? Oh my god, is the champion going to be the Sea Soul surface? A 3-star beast of the Sea Soul territory? The audience gasped. There were really 2 people in the glass box that was as tall as a person. To be exact, there were 2 demons. Although they both had long hair, their genders could be seen. The host said, Sea Soul fish demons. They are powerful creatures of the platinum quality, an elegant race of the deep sea. They both had a half-human, half-beast body, but the oceanic soul fish demon looked much better than the centaur spirit. Their lower bodies were fishtails, which made them look like mermaids. Seeing that the white cloth was removed, the 2 sea soul fish demons that were curled up also raised their heads. The male sea soul fish demon was obviously more energetic. He supported his lower body, which was covered in scales, and slowly stood up. However, the 2-meter-long box did not seem to be enough for him to stand up straight. Hence, he had no choice but to curl his lower body's fishtail and look at the people present. Under his long hair, his eyes were deep sea blue. There were no pupils or sclera, just pure deep sea blue. To Jiang Zhao's great surprise, the male sea soul fish demon actually fixed his eyes on a beautiful princess. He raised his head slightly and gestured gently. Most of the people present were star warriors who had sharp ears and eyes and were very observant. Although it was a small action, it was very provocative. In this scene, it was as if the fish demon was choosing its master instead of the humans choosing the fish demon. No, it was not accurate to use the word master. Looking at the delicate facial features of the fish demon and the posture revealed between his eyebrows, it seemed that he was choosing his servant. Is he so noble? No matter how down and out he is, he still has to hang on? In contrast, the sea soul demoness was much quieter. Besides, she was also wearing a human blue trench coat, which should have been specially given to her by the organizers. She glanced at the crowd with her deep-sea blue eyes and slowly closed them. She curled her lower body and leaned her head gently against the glass wall, seemingly uninterested in those people. She then continued to close her eyes and take a nap. Jiang Zhao smacked his forehead. He had already imagined the scene in the sea soul domain, dimensional space. The sea soul fish demons were holding the sea soul lamp in their hands and wearing the sea soul mask on their faces while wandering around. Speaking of which, these two sea soul fish demons aren't cubs, are they? Peek. Chapter 778. Jiang Zhao asked in bewilderment, "Are they cubs?" Prince Bino shook his head and said, "No, they're all adults." Jiang Zhao asked, "If they're not cubs, they can't be absorbed as star pets? Why did the competition authorities bring them out?" Prince Bino smiled mysteriously and did not respond. Jiang Zhao scratched his head, wondering what Prince Bino was smiling about. He continued to ask, "What are the star techniques of the sea soul fish demons?" Prince Bino explained, "The first star technique is to create a sea prison to continuously restrain the opponent. The second star technique is to create turbulence in the ocean to strangle the opponent. The third star technique is a sound-type star technique that's very ear-piercing and disruptive." Jiang Zhao asked in shock, "Isn't that better than the sea soul mask?" Prince Bino looked a little awkward and said, "Well, that's indeed the case on paper, judging from their star techniques. However, the biological characteristics of this race aren't very good. They're not qualified warriors, let alone qualified partners." Jiang Zhao asked why. Bino whispered, "This race is very arrogant and will hardly be driven by others. Besides, this race is also very, messy. They're not loyal at all, and they're especially licentious." So, at this point, Prince Bino hesitated to continue. Jiang Zhao asked in bewilderment, "What's the use of this reward, then?" Prince Bino looked at the two sea soul fish demons and said, "They're not cubs in the first place, so this reward is not for the contestants to absorb into the star map at all. You're thinking too much about their combat effectiveness and practical value. These people want to be rare, understand? Don't always consider things from the perspective of star pets. Such rewards are obviously meant to be taken home and thrown into their own swimming pools or aquariums. They'll be served with delicious food and drinks for the viewing pleasure. When friends come to visit one day, they'll bring their friends to visit. Wouldn't that make them proud too? It's a symbol of status." Jiang Zhao was already at a loss for words. To be honest, Jiang Zhao didn't want to be in second place, even if he came in third. He pursed his lips in disdain and didn't have a good impression of vases. He didn't have a Haitian amusement park or a swimming pool at home. Why would he want this? Moreover, the most hurtful thing was that Jiang Zhao had no friends on the side. Juliet smiled and said to Princess Sophia, "If we get second place, you can keep my fish demon in your ocean pet museum." Jiang Zhao was secretly speechless. Oh my, the second princess has her own aquarium. Jiang Zhao finally understood that to ordinary people, bags, cosmetics, and watches were considered luxuries. To the second generation of the rich and powerful who were star warriors, the sea soul fish demons should be considered a luxury item for collection and appreciation. Sophia smiled and said, "No, don't think about being second. We want to be first." Juliet raised her eyebrows and looked puzzled. Princess Sophia did not want to participate in the competition, but why did she suddenly have such a strong desire to win? Sophia said softly, "Without the sea soul mask, Bino will never be able to raise his head in front of me." Prince Bino, at the side, Jiang Shao smiled and thought, "This second princess is rather interesting." "Okay, now, let's welcome the grand appearance of the champion's reward," the host said and handed 2 pieces of white cloth to the attendant. The attendant hurriedly covered the boxes of the 2 sea soul fish demons with the white cloth so that the male sea soul fish demon would no longer charm the crowd. The champion's reward, the sea soul mask. The host came to the last 2 trolleys and pulled down 2 pieces of white cloth. In the square glass box, 2 sea soul masks were floating in it. Jiang Shao finally saw the original appearance of the sea soul mask. Ugly. The sea soul mask was as ugly as the handsome appearance of the sea soul fish demon. It was an extremely ugly demon-shaped mask with a hideous face. There were even wrinkles formed by the lines of water. "Oh my, it's amazing. Is this sea soul mask here to take revenge on society?" No wonder Princess Sophia changed the appearance of the sea soul mask. The host was full of praise as he introduced, "These are 2 very precious sea spirit face babies." What's important to note is that the sea spirit face takes a very long time to grow. Their infant stage will last for 2 to 3 years, and they will take about 1 year to pass the growth period. They will only enter the mature stage in the 3rd or 4th year. So, take these little guys back. You don't have to be anxious. You have enough time to prepare and absorb them as star pets in your best state. Hearing this, Jiang Shao secretly nodded and calculated that it would take at least 2 years. The sea soul mask would take at least 2 years to pass the infant stage and enter the growth period. It would no longer be suitable for humans to absorb it. During this period, Han Jiangxue would easily reach the starfall stage, and there would be extra slots. Speaking of which, Xia Yin would have more than enough time to enter the starfall stage in 2 years. However, if the sea soul mask had already been born for a year and a half, Xia Yin wouldn't be able to catch up. Well, after winning the championship, Jiang Shao decided to ask about the specific period when the sea soul mask was born. Jiang Shao had another question. How was the sea soul mask born? Asexual reproduction? Reproductive fission? That's not right. Are they in infant form? Or do they have a special method of gestation? While Jiang Shao was letting his imagination run wild, the host on the stage said, "Next, let's draw lots to decide the first round of the round-robin stage." 2 attendants moved the glass jar forward while the host spun the white ball in it. He said, "Let's specially remind the winning team that after the first round, we will give the losing team some time to adjust. The winning team will then compete with the 3rd team. If the result of the match was the same, with 1 win and 1 loss, there would be a rematch. It's time to test everyone's willpower. Let's see who the first team is." The host unscrewed a small ball and announced loudly, "Number 6. Jiang Shao and Prince Bino stood up and applauded. "Who will be the second team?" The host took out another small ball, unscrewed it, and said to everyone, "Number 7. Wow, it's a civil war. Haha, the brother and sister finally meet." Waves of discussion rang out, and the applause did not stop. Jiang Zhao's expression turned bitter. "Rainforest civet. That guy is too fast and seems to be restraining the hummingbear. Seems like it's time to summon the little hummingbear. It's time to roar." Jiang Shao thought to himself. Prince Bino, who was at the side, seemed especially gentlemanly. He bowed slightly and gestured to Princess Sophia and Juliet to go ahead. The 4 people at the same table walked towards the arena one after another. The host said jokingly, "These 2 teams are the host teams of this year. They have indeed exerted the advantages of being the host team and made it to the finals with their powerful abilities. Rainforest Civet, Sea Soul Mask, Red Spot Doctor, White Fire Bamboo Bear. The battle between such a combination is really exciting. While talking, the two teams had already entered the arena and walked towards their respective areas. Both teams, please summon your star pets, the referee said. A bamboo bear with a white candle flame on its head appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Smack! There was another sound, and the red spot doctor landed on the grass. Jiang Shao clenched his fists and stood in front of his face. He said to the humming bear, "There are still 2 more rounds before we have a feast. Come on." The humming bear clenched its paws and stood in front of its face as well. It nodded at Jiang Shao and said, "Humming." Although Prince Bino could not understand Mandarin, he suddenly felt extremely envious when he saw that Jiang Shao and the humming bear looked exactly the same. He wanted to interact with the red spot doctor affectionately, but he was afraid that the red spot doctor would misunderstand and swallow him into its stomach again. On the opposite side of the arena, the sea soul mask floated out next to Sophia. It was not as ugly as its initial form. Layers of waves washed down and looked rather beautiful. At Juliet's feet, a slender and elegant rainforest civet suddenly appeared. There were leopard patterns on its golden-brown fur. The rainforest civet seemed to be indifferent to the world as it lay on the grass and licked its claws leisurely. The Sea Soul mask had already cooperated with the rainforest civet in many competitions. It was embedded on the rainforest civet's face skillfully and seamlessly, making it very comfortable for the rainforest civet to wear. The rainforest civet washed its face with its claws and opened its demonic vertical pupils to look at the opposite arena. The Sea Soul mask only revealed 2 of the rainforest civet's eyes. After seeing Jiang Shao, the 2 vertical pupils constricted slightly and almost became a thin line. Both teams, get ready. The referee raised the flag high and ordered. The humming bear scooped up the red spot doctor. This time, it was no longer wearing a British scarf. Instead, it put the red spot doctor on its shoulder and became a waiter. The rainforest civet strode over gracefully. Meow woo, it meowed softly, but it did not sound like a wildcat fighting. Instead, it sounded very lazy. Begin. The referee's flag was suddenly lowered. The humming bear supported its heavy body and ran towards the rainforest civet. Distance yourselves, rainforest civet. We'll win through speed, Juliet ordered. However, the rainforest civet continued to move forward leisurely, as if it did not hear its owner's orders. It simply walked towards the humming bear. Humming, humming. The humming bear roared. As it got closer to the rainforest civet, it also picked up a thick round bamboo. A ball of star power gradually formed in front of the rainforest civet's face. The ball of star power spun faster and faster, bringing with it a powerful star power wave that even created a vortex in the surrounding air. Jiang Zhao's expression changed. Is it going to go all out? Could his mewling bear withstand it? Jiang Shao frantically yelled, "Be careful. Humming bear, don't attack rashly, we'll focus on defense. If you see the star power ball flying over, use the red spot doctor to knock it back." Prince Bino was speechless. Upon hearing this, the humming bear slowed down and the illusory round bamboo in its hand disappeared. It then grabbed its shoulder with its paw and pulled down the rag. The humming bear was slowing down, but the rainforest civet was speeding up. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and it soon arrived in front of the humming bear's face. Whoosh! Under the nervous gazes of the people, the rainforest civet ran as if it was flying. It directly bounced over the body of the bear and jumped behind it. The humming bear hurriedly turned around in an attempt to fight the rainforest civet head-on, but all it saw was the rainforest civet's back. The rainforest civet leaped over the humming bear and dashed towards Jiang Shao without slowing down. It roared wildly. Meow! Woo! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 779. Juliet's expression stiffened, and she hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Rainforest Fox!" The referee was also a little confused. He hurriedly shouted, "Contestants, please control the rainforest civet's behavior. Attacking an opposing player was against the rules of the tournament. Contestants, please." The referee couldn't continue because Juliet had been trying to control the rainforest civet, but it didn't listen to her at all. On the other side, The rainforest civet was running faster and faster, while the star powerball in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. It was aimed at Jiang Shao. The rainforest civet's thin vertical pupils were filled with hatred as it roared wildly. Meow! Whoa! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Was he so vengeful? Did you transform from someone's girlfriend? Hurry up and take off the cat skin. Stop pretending. How many days has it been? Why do you still remember? Logically speaking, after healing the rainforest civet, it had participated in many competitions in front of Jiang Shao. However, Jiang Shao was just a spectator, and the rainforest civet had never shown any hatred towards him. However, he didn't expect it to have hidden itself so well and only rushed over to take revenge after encountering Jiang Shao on the arena. Jiang Shao turned around and fled, leaving the range of the defensive shield in a flash. Meow! Howl! A spinning astral sphere blasted over and exploded on the defensive shield. As the defensive barrier rumbled, the audience below the stage was dumbfounded. The rainforest civet was still running. Just as it was about to brush past Prince Beano raised his hands and took 2 steps to the side, as if saying, "This has nothing to do with me." The rainforest civet ignored Prince Beano, and the scene was unusually harmonious. Dong! The rainforest civet smashed its head against the shield, but it couldn't break it. Even the astral ball couldn't break it. So how could its head be broken? The rainforest civet paced back and forth in front of the defensive shield while staring at Jiang Shao, who was not far away. It roared furiously, "Meow woo!" Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and looked helplessly at the rainforest civet that was pacing back and forth. He yelled, "Juliet, control your cat. It's a rebellion." The flower vines beneath Juliet's feet moved. Her face was slightly red and a bit embarrassed. She quickly rushed over. In the distance, Princess Sophia looked helpless. Beep beep. Team number 7 has violated the rules, so they're declared to be the loser. The referee waved the flag and announced, "Roar, haha." The audience burst into laughter, but they saw Juliet squatting beside the rainforest civet, trying her best to comfort him. However, the rainforest civet was still pacing back and forth anxiously while glaring at Jiang Shao, who was outside the defensive shield. It was also growling like it was hunting. Jiang Shao said, "Why don't I beat it up?" Children who are disobedient are mostly spoiled. Meow. Woo. Hearing that, the rainforest civet became even more irritated. It clawed at the barrier with both of its hands and tore it apart with its sharp claws. The sea soul mask on its face had flown away and returned to Princess Sophia's side. "Hey, good Xiaopi, don't talk anymore." Juliet wanted to comfort the rainforest civet, but this time, she really couldn't. She patted the back of the rainforest civet and tried to put it back into the star map. "All right, stop it." With that, Juliet turned it into star power and put it back into the star map. At this moment, Prince Beano also walked over with one hand on the defensive shield. He looked at Jiang Shao, who was outside the arena, and said, "Look at how scared you are." Jiang Shao almost pointed at Prince Beano's nose and scolded him. He said angrily, "Didn't you raise your hand and step back just now? You're clearer than anyone else, and you're faster than anyone else in hiding." Prince Beano shook his head at Jiang Shao with an exasperated expression. "Sigh, you're still too young." Jiang Shao was speechless. Juliet looked apologetic and apologized to Jiang Shao repeatedly. Jiang Shao also waved his hands, indicating that it was all right. To be honest, this was Juliet's star pet. If it were someone else, Jiang Shao would have slapped them. "Milk? I won't even milk you. I won't let you feel comfortable anymore." Juliet met up with Princess Sophia awkwardly. The second princess had just said that she wanted to win the championship, but she ended up being disrupted. As the owner of the star pet, Juliet apologized everywhere. She said to Sophia, "Sophia, I might not be able to fight in the next round." The two of them were considered very good friends, so Juliet called her by her name instead of using honorifics. The second princess waved her hand casually. "It's all right. I'll admit defeat next round. Don't take it to heart." Jiang Shao also walked over and leaned towards Juliet. He whispered, "After we return to the Little Baima Manor, call the rainforest civet out. I'll train it personally." I guarantee that it will be as obedient as a kitten." To his surprise, Juliet seemed to be seriously considering the suggestion. While leaving the arena, she said to Jiang Xiao, "Well, it's getting more and more disobedient. It won't be good if this goes on. There are too many people here. Let's show it some respect. When we get back, I'll let it face you alone and let you train it. Don't worry. Leave it to me." Jiang Xiao slapped Juliet on the shoulder and chuckled. "Look at how I'm making it meow." Princess Sophia suddenly said, "Apart from star pets, can humans do it too?" Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Sophia said, "There's a commission." Jiang Xiao said, "Sure. Who provoked our Princess Highness? Tell me." Sophia gestured to Bino in the distance and said, "He's very disobedient." Jiang Xiao was speechless. A faint smile appeared on Sophia's face as she made a nasal sound. "Huh." Jiang Xiao looked a little troubled. "To what extent? Do I have to feed it until it meows too?" Prince Bino's voice sounded from afar. "Hurry up and come back, Jiang Xiaofu. Let's go straight to the second round. We're going to be the champion." Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at the confident Prince Bino. He murmured softly, "Second princess, you'll have to pay more than, all right. Hurry up and get on with the competition." Juliet nudged Jiang Xiao gently, turned around, and walked out of the arena with Sophia. The second round was undoubtedly between the two heavyweight contestants from Haya, the Centaur Spirit. The two contestants looked rather solemn. Ever since they entered the arena, they had been staring at the black and white candle bear. Whoosh, whoosh. Without waiting for the referee to speak, the two contestants from Haya had already summoned the Centaur Spirit. The mighty and majestic Centaur Spirit was clearly a fighter. As soon as it appeared, it raised its front hooves and landed heavily on the grass. It then looked at its opponent. However, when they discovered that their opponent was a chubby, flaming bamboo bear, the two Centaur Spirits became unhappy. They turned their heads and looked at their master. This time, the two masters did not seem embarrassed at all. Instead, they began to speak in the Haya language. Jiang Xiao and Bino couldn't understand Shia's language, but they could tell from the doubtful expressions of the two Centaur Spirits that the two Shia contestants were probably trying to tell them that the chubby bear was not only adorable, but also ferocious. The two Centaur Spirits summoned their spiritual bows. The huge, illusory spiritual bows were abnormally exquisite, and there was even a faint mist floating around them. The Centaur Spirits stared at the bamboo bear in the distance with a pair of ferocious eyes in their sunken eye sockets, ready to attack. Jiang Xiao gently nudged Prince Bino's shoulder and whispered, "If I enter the arena, I should be considered as giving up, right?" Prince Bino nodded and immediately understood what Jiang Xiao meant. He said, "You want to hee-hee. Although they have star techniques that purify, they don't have any star techniques that soothe the mind." Jiang Xiao smiled mischievously and said, "Good luck." Prince Bino's expression changed, and he wanted to say something, but when he thought about the reward of winning the championship, "Are the players on both sides ready?" The referee asked after confirming that they were ready. He then waved the flag and exclaimed, "The competition begins." As soon as he said that, the two opponents from Hyas said something at the same time. The two Centaur Spirits raised their hands and shot their arrows. Two huge spirit arrows shot into the sky. One of the spirit arrows hung in midair, while the other arrow reached a certain height and turned into a misty arrow net, sprinkling down. Jiang Xiao commanded loudly, "Ying bear, ancestor's body." Ying bear roared and stood still, ignoring the arrow net. All of a sudden, its body became extremely big. At the next moment, a giant flame bamboo bear appeared in front of everyone, causing them to sigh. On the other hand, Prince Bino retreated without leaving a trace. Hearing the gasps of admiration from the audience, Prince Bino couldn't help but make a sorrowful expression at them. "Naive, inexperienced. You guys don't know what you're going to face yet. I hope that the attendants and bodyguards in the arena can appease everyone." Ying bear, iron-eating legend. Roar. Jiang Xiao raised his right fist and commanded loudly. He then added, "Don't forget to take care of me." Previously, during the Dragon Bear calamity, Ying killed everyone and even counted Jiang Xiao as one of its enemies. Logically speaking, he should be able to take care of Prince Beano by using the iron-eating legend star technique. But Jiang Shao was naughty. No, Jiang Shao was going to let Ing go all out and not interfere with the release of the star technique for the sake of others. Yes, he had to use his full strength. Roar! The bear suddenly raised its head and roared towards the sky. The mist-filled arrow net also descended. When the bear was small, the arrow net could still capture it. Now that it was so big, the arrow net couldn't trap it at all. Roar! Iron-eating myth! As soon as he roared, the entire place went into a frenzy. In particular, the rag hanging on the shoulder of the baby bear was shivering and wriggling its body, trying its best to escape from here. Prince Beano's legs were trembling, and he was leaning against the defensive shield with nowhere to retreat. Vaguely, the defensive shield seemed to have loosened, and the Star Warriors who were supporting the defensive shield were also greatly affected. Baby Bear grabbed the red spot doctor on his shoulder and threw him away. A noble family doesn't need teammates. Jiang Shao raised his right fist, looking as if he was watching a good show. Yes, very good. Roar for me. Iron-eating legend. Ow! The baby bear roared wildly, and the two contestants from Shia turned pale. They hurriedly used their auxiliary star techniques to enhance themselves. However, the two centaur spirits were terrified, and their hooves moved back and forth like two frightened horses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The spirit arrows hanging in the air were cautious and cautious. The arrows fell like rain, rapidly shooting at the crying bear. The baby bear was too large in size, and it couldn't dodge at all. However, it didn't intend to dodge either. It allowed the spirit arrows that had materialized to hit its body, only to be deflected by the thick layer of bear fat. Ow! Woo! The baby bear continued to roar at the sky while being bathed in the rain of arrows. Damn it! This is this. Don't step on me. Protect me. Come and protect me. There was a commotion at the scene, but under the illumination of the green light, everyone calmed down one after another. The audience and those who were supporting the protective shield also had guardians who stepped forward to help. Everyone gradually calmed down, but the two centaur spirits did not provide any assistance. Ow! Woo! The baby bear roared again, and the centaur spirit's four hooves were clattering loudly with a look of horror on its face. It seemed to have lost control of its body and was bumping around in panic. Stop! Calm down. Hold on. Contestant Shia could stabilize herself, but she couldn't use her star techniques to help the star pets. As the fifth shout of the iron-eating legend was heard, one of the centaur spirits panicked and charged out of the protective shield. There was also a disadvantage to the centaur spirit, and that was that the protective shield could not stop it. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Contestant Shia raised her hand and yelled. Without the help of the auxiliary-type star pets, the centaur spirits would not be able to fight back. They still had the strength to fight, but they had suffered great mental damage and could no longer organize a counterattack. In the arena, the referee had already retreated to the edge of the defensive shield. With the help of the staff behind him and the comfort of the green light, he said in a trembling voice, Number 6. Team 1, 1-1. Humph. The baby bear placed its paws on its waist and shook its round belly. It tilted its head and let out a proud snort. Seeking monthly votes for support top. Chapter 780. Cheers for the leader of Timuron Eagles. Champion, oh champion, Jiang Shao laughed heartily and scurried in before pouncing into the arms of the huge humming bear. Jiang Zhao's small weight and impact were nothing at all. The huge humming bear didn't even budge, but Jiang Shao was almost bounced back by the humming bear's big belly. The humming bear reached out its paws and grabbed Jiang Zhao's back to stabilize his body. Prince Beano curled up in the corner with a face full of resentment. Red Spot Doctor shuddered as he crawled into the ground, leaving only his tail outside. As for the audience, although they were relatively calm, they were not in a good mood. Amidst the resentment, Jiang Shao smiled sweetly, happy, blissful. The humming bear's body gradually became smaller. Even though it had returned to its original form, it was still about the same height as Jiang Shao. Seemingly having sensed Jiang Zhao's joy, the humming bear was elated too. It lay down and placed its limbs under the table while its head, which was burning with white flames, pressed against Jiang Zhao's waist. It then raised its head and threw Jiang Zhao into the sky. In the audience, Juliet covered her mouth with one hand while her slender fingers trembled slightly. Her blue eyes were filled with shock and anger as she stared at Jiang Zhao, who was continuously being thrown into the air by the humming bear. Beside Juliet, the second princess had a sullen expression on her face too. Everything was so beautiful. The most beautiful thing was the award ceremony. Apart from the Sea Soul Lantern for the third place, the winners and runners-up were not in a good mood. When the humming bear roared just now, the male Sea Soul Fish Demon almost smashed through the glass and escaped. The Sea Soul Lantern had a special star technique. The two of them were also the closest to each other and lit up with a soft, ocean blue light. Hence, there was nothing unusual. Due to the ferocity of the rainforest civet, Juliet took the initiative to admit defeat. Hence, there was no need to compete in the next round. She and the second princess directly ascended to the throne of the third place. The first to be awarded were the two Sea Soul Lanterns that were emitting a soft light. With the Sea Soul Lantern in their hands, Sophia and Juliet's emotions became more stable. The two contestants from Haya had long since recalled their centaur spirits. Their faces had also regained their usual elegance as they went up the stage to receive their rewards. However, they did not release the two Sea Soul Fish Demons. They were probably going to take the fish and the boxes away and transport them back to their own country. Finally, it was time to hand out the prize to the champion. This competition was indeed a bit irregular. At least, the internal star map didn't recognize it, and the winner didn't even get any points. However, it didn't matter. The Sea Soul surface was enough as a reward. Platinum Legendary Pet, an astral pet of the divine rank. A round of applause could be heard from below the stage. However, most of the applause was for Prince Binuo. If Jiang Zhao was the only one present, there would probably be dead silence. Jiang Zhao couldn't care less about that. Getting the reward was the most important thing, and everything else was just a facade. Hugging the glass box that was neither too large nor too small, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but take a closer look at his reward. Although the Sea Soul mask was in its infant form, it was the same size as a mature Sea Soul mask. It was made of seawater and was originally hideous with wrinkles all over its face. However, after the roar of the humming bear, the Sea Soul mask became even uglier, and it seemed to be in a state of shock. Humans have to look at themselves in the mirror often. The baby bear did scare you, but you're pretty scary right now too. Jiang Zhao didn't know if it was because of its biological characteristics or if it was because of its passive star technique, but at this moment, the Sea Soul mask should be using its first star technique on Jiang Zhao. It was oppressive and intimidating, making Jiang Zhao's heart race. The Sea Soul mask was just Jiang Zhao's prize and not his star pet. Hence, it was only natural for it to attack. Jiang Zhao took a deep breath and dared not look at the Sea Soul mask anymore. Instead, he put down the glass box. Not only is it ugly, but it's also so scary. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but shiver and secretly made up his mind not to give the mask to second last. She was already intimidating enough, like a ferocious beast in the dark. If he were to be given the mask, Jiang Zhao would probably be in the same state as Prince Bino and never be able to raise his head in front of a certain someone for the rest of his life. At the thought of it, I can't give it to Han Jiangxue either. It's more suitable for the husky at home. No matter how much it pretends to be a wolf, it's still a dog carrying the prize. Jiang Zhao returned to Little Baimu's manor happily. Prince Bino, Princess Sophia, and Juliet stayed in the manor where the competition was held. The competition was over, but the event was not over yet. The Star Pet competition was indeed the highlight of the event, but for those people, entertainment and fun were equally important. In the next 3 to 4 days, the organizers of the competition would hold several banquets and activities to send off the nobles who had come to support them. In other words, the contestants would stay for another 3 to 4 days before leaving one after another. As the hosts, Bino and Princess Sophia would have to send them off one by one, which would take at least a week. Jiang Shao knew his place. After the last battle, he was definitely no longer popular. After all, he had embarrassed the princes and princesses. Hence, Jiang Shao returned to Little Baimu's manor obediently and stuffed himself with food with Ying Bear. While the prince and princess were out and he was alone in the Little Baimu manor, Jiang Shao planned to find an opportunity to open the shadow ruins of calamity and bring the prize, the Sea Soul Mask, to meet its owner. That night, Jiang Shao searched the dining hall for 4 bags of fresh fruits under the guidance of the manor's waiter. After telling the waiter that he was going for a picnic, he flashed away and left. The waiter was left dumbfounded, unsure of where the distinguished guest was going for a picnic in the middle of the night. Jiang Shao fled into the depths of the forest. As Little Baima's manor was far away from the city, it was extremely convenient for Jiang Shao. In the depths of the dark forest, it suddenly started drizzling. After a few minutes, the drizzle gradually stopped. Jiang Shao had already confirmed that there was no one within a radius of tens of miles, so he safely entered the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shao held 2 paper bags in his left arm and 2 more in his right arm. He also held an ugly mask made of water in his hand. He followed the guidance of the fireworks in the Calamity Ruins and found a resting spot. Jiang Shao, hi! Xia Yan's roar came from not far away. Ah! Jiang Shao held the bulging paper bag in his hand and held it at his waist. He turned around and felt a strong gust of wind. A giant sword was hanging on Jiang Zhao's forehead, and he was just a step away from splitting his head open. Jiang Shao had patience and was not afraid at all. Xia Yan did not really attack either. The sword of desperation that was transformed from the weapon of desperation shattered. Xia Yan placed her hands on her hips and took a step forward, glaring at Jiang Shao in exasperation. Why didn't you call me the last time you came? Jiang Shao gestured to his right hand and said, Look, it's fun. Huh? Xia Yan's attention was easily diverted. She hurriedly looked down. Wow, what's this? It's so ugly. Hee hee, it's a platinum quality sea spirit mask. It's an extremely powerful auxiliary star pet. Let's go and find little Jiang Shue. I'll introduce it to you in detail, Jiang Shao said smilingly. Xia Yan strode forward and peeked at the paper bag in Jiang Zhao's hand. She then reached out to take out an apple and took a bite. Crack. Wait for a while in the resting area. Your sister is bathing in the northwest corner, Xia Yan said while eating. Jiang Shao frantically said, Do you have enough water here? Is it for drinking and washing up? Yes, it's enough. Xia Yan answered casually and peeked at the paper bag in Jiang Zhao's hand, trying to find other types of fruits. Due to the angle, she saw the side of the sea spirit mask again and shuddered. She then hurriedly scurried to Jiang Zhao's left side to rummage through the paper bag in his left hand. Half an hour later, Han Jiangxue walked over, looking refreshed. When she saw Xia Yan, Ying Bear, and Black-White Candle sitting on the sofa and fighting to eat grapes, Han Jiangxue's expression softened. The scene was indeed very loving. Clang, 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 clang. Jiang Shao held the sea spirit mask with both hands and suddenly appeared in front of Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue's gaze was immediately attracted by the sea spirit mask. In the beginning, Han Jiangxue still had a look of disdain on her face, but a few seconds later, her expression changed slightly and she frowned. Deterrence? Something like that. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and told Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan about the 3-star technique of the sea spirit mask. In the end, he even specially stated that the sea spirit mask could change its shape and there was no need for it to appear in such an ugly state. At the side, Xia Yan asked in surprise, It can move freely underwater? Does it have the ability to fight underwater? Smack! Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, You've caught the point. Xia Yan licked her lips excitedly and said, It's indeed worthy of being the champion's reward. Jiang Shao said, After I leave, the two of you discuss and see who's going to absorb it as your star pet. I've specially asked. This guy is at most 3 months old, and it'll be a juvenile for 2 to 3 years. Both of you should be able to reach the starfall stage and have an empty star slot, right? As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, Han Jiangxue said, "Of course it's for Xiaoyan. The star technique of this thing is obviously more suitable for melee combat and has nothing to do with Rules Awakened. Besides, it's not a bad idea for you to absorb it yourself. Can your star pet still absorb it?" Jiang Shao waved his hand and did not go into too much detail. He said, "You guys know how many star slots I have. You two can decide on the ownership of this star pet. Once you succeed in absorbing it as a star pet, I can still borrow it and treat it as my own star pet." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao smilingly and thought to herself, "This buzzcut guy has really made a good plan. By the way, the competition here has ended. Let me tell you guys about what I saw and heard." Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and said, "I even met a sea soul fish demon. He's really handsome." That night, Jiang Shao and the two girls left the Shadow Ruins and took a breather in the deep mountains and forests. They also cleaned up the rubbish in the Shadow Ruins and told them many stories. However, Jiang Shao did not mention that he was going to the bottom of the sea with the second generation of the Shimar royal family. He had already made up his mind in private, and since he could not change it, he did not intend to let Han Jiangxue worry. As for how he was going to explain the whereabouts of the sea soul surface to Prince Bino a few days later, Jiang Shao already had a plan. No matter what, Jiang Shao was still worried about leaving the sea soul surface in Little Baima's manor temporarily. After all, Prince Bino was a thief, top. Chapter 781. A week later, Prince Bino and Princess Sophia sent away the contestants one after another, and the four-person team's plan to explore the underwater world was put on the agenda. During the days when the two royal families were not in Beimu Manor, Jiang Shao went to the nearest city to experience the local customs of the West Horse Kingdom. After Prince Bino returned, he also asked Jiang Shao where the sea spirit noodles went. Jiang Shao just said that he had been in the city for a few days and asked a friend to take it back to China. Prince Bino was a little surprised by Jiang Zhao's response, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was somewhat in the wrong. After all, Prince Bino was not here these days. He had been entertaining the princes and princesses of other countries and participating in various activities and parties, which could be regarded as neglecting Jiang Shao. What's more, it was impossible to get any results if he continued to ask. Everyone prepared for a few days. On September 22nd, the group of four set off for St. Nia's City, a city near the Mediterranean Sea in the south of the West Horse Kingdom. The two young men and women of the royal family announced that in order to celebrate winning the championship in third place, and to reward their teammates from China and the Rising Sun City, Prince Bino and Princess Sophia were going to take their two teammates on a wonderful oil tanker trip. The two royal families did do so. They boarded the oil tanker together with more than a dozen servants of Beimu Manor, as well as the invited beauties. The beauties were invited by Prince Bino in order to deceive the public. But these servants were not ordinary servants. They guarded Beimu Manor day and night. On the one hand, they were servants. On the other hand, they were also bodyguards, and among them, there were many spies of other members of the family. However, for Princess Sophia, taming them was not a difficult task. Of course, it was mainly because these so-called spies did not come with a special mission. The younger generation of the West Horse royal family was very peaceful. It was now the 22nd century, and they had entered a new era. The royal families of various countries did have money and power, but compared with the ancient era of the past, money and power were definitely two different concepts. Now, these so-called royal families no longer had supreme power as they did in the past. They were more like a symbol, a business card. As for the royal family of the West Horse Kingdom, they were supposed to be an exception in Europe. They were supposed to be a very special royal family, but in this parallel world, they were no longer special. They were also reduced to a name card. Of the three children of the old king, only the eldest son, Enrico, was an ordinary person. Moreover, he was an ordinary person who had been carefully nurtured and was walking on the path of succession. Prince Bino and Princess Sophia were both star martial artists, and their minds were not on the throne. Therefore, the so-called informants did not carry out too serious a mission. At most, they were just concerned about the family members. There was no more serious political mission. The second princess and the third prince took Jiang Shao and Juliet to sea successfully. They followed the coastline of the Portuguese Republic all the way to the southwest. They ate and drank on the tanker. Yes, Jiang Shao and Muhlenberg were the ones who were stuffing themselves, while Prince Bino was the one who was indulging in wine and women. On the night they set out to sea, Jiang Shao realized that Prince Bino was not lying. He had invited a group of hot girls, and he was indeed enjoying himself. Sophia did not stop them either. Out of sight, out of mind, she decided not to participate in the party on the deck. Jiang Shao and Muhlenberg each held a drumstick and ate it with relish. They watched the extremely hot dancer twirl and dance with their eyes closed. However, the two of them were not intoxicated at all. Instead, they wanted to eat a few more drumsticks. On the third day at sea, the passionate sprawl finally stopped. That night, the second princess and the third prince called a few attendants into the cabin and gave them some instructions. They then took Jiang Shao and Juliet to the sea. On the deck, the sea breeze was blowing and Jiang Shao was wearing a diving suit. He circled around 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right while getting ready. At the side, Juliet was also warming up. Unlike Jiang Shao, who was hiding his skills, Juliet was completely unable to swim. Although the second princess had guaranteed that she could move and breathe freely underwater, she still felt a little pressured. Of course, Jiang Shao was also a little afraid. Although he knew that the star technique field tears was powerful, going deep into the sea was too thrilling. He had yet to learn how to crawl, and yet he was going to have to jump. Soon, Princess Sophia and Prince Bino walked out of the cabin and walked towards the deck. Is it settled? Juliet looked at Sophia curiously. Yes, we've already agreed when we were at home. They're all my people. No problem. Sophia waved her hand casually. Juliet asked carefully, "Are you really not going to bring a few attendants to protect us?" Sophia smiled and said, "The fewer the better. If there are too many of them, they'll just be a burden. I might have to protect them. Besides, the two of you were carefully selected by us. Be more confident. If we really go deep into the sea, that's your home ground." The second princess's words revealed her strong confidence. Jiang Shao turned his head to look at Juliet. She was a rules-awakened who specialized in plants. Sophia's so-called home ground was not a lie. According to the previous research, the sea area that the team of 4 was going to explore this time was filled with all kinds of marine plants. Sophia reached out to Jiang Shao and spread her fingers, after which the Sea Soul mask was pieced together. Under Sophia's signal, the Sea Soul mask came in front of Jiang Shao. With the constant adjustment of the water current, the Sea Soul mask fit perfectly on Jiang Zhao's face. Then, the water current spiraled down and surrounded Jiang Zhao's body. It flowed along his black diving suit from head to toe. TSK Tisk. Prince Bino handed the Sea Soul lamp to Jiang Shao with one hand and the trident in the other. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a good figure." Jiang Shao looked at Prince Bino cautiously and asked, "What are you doing?" Prince Bino said, "I've always seen you wearing those colorful loose clothes. It's rare to see you dressed like this." As he said that, Prince Bino reached out and poked Jiang Zhao's abs. Jiang Shao took a step back and said, "Are you used to fighting with dancers?" Prince Bino's face stiffened. He subconsciously glanced at Sophia. Seeing that the second princess did not react, he heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Jiang Shao angrily. With the Sea Soul mask on, Jiang Shao was indeed at a disadvantage compared to Prince Bino. Princess Sophia handed the Sea Soul lamp to Juliet and then grabbed Juliet's shoulder. Under the oil tanker, a water current swept up and wrapped around the two of them, sending them into the sea. Juliet's face was slightly nervous. She wrapped one hand around Sophia's waist. As she got closer and closer to the sea, the water current gradually turned into a transparent cover around them. "Go down, haha." Prince Bino also grabbed Jiang Zhao's shoulder with one hand. With a bounce, he directly flew out. Woo! 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 Jiang Shao was flustered. Seeing that he was about to enter the sea, he subconsciously closed his eyes. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. 0 points. Cold. It was really King cold. In the sea, Jiang Zhao's body trembled. He held the sea soul lamp tightly in his hand and illuminated his surroundings. Jiang Shao finally knew why it was called the sea soul lamp. On land, the light of the sea soul lamp was normal. It was no different from a normal light. There was no difference. However, in the sea, the soft blue light was extremely penetrative. Its brightness was not adjusted at all, but it could actually illuminate the sea 100 meters away. It was simply a godly support tool. Jiang Shao turned his head to look. Where's the third prince? The sea soul mask on Jiang Zhao's face and the water current created by it had already merged into one with the sea. Only a faint outline of Jiang Zhao's face was left behind. Whoosh! The third prince seemed to have come to his own home ground. He was extremely excited. His figure suddenly jumped out from under Jiang Zhao's feet and appeared behind Jiang Shao. His short blonde hair swayed back and forth with the water current. His handsome face was full of smiles as he looked at Jiang Shao, who was at a loss of what to do. Unlike Jiang Shao, who was wearing a diving suit, Prince Bino was wearing a white shirt. The buttons were unbuttoned. His chest was bare. He held a trident in one hand and gestured to Jiang Zhao's left side. Tisk! Jiang Shao opened his mouth. However, he did not say anything. He only spat out a few bubbles. He held the sea soul lamp that was specially used for the sea and looked to the left following Prince Bino's direction. However, he saw two women standing in the water bubble and slowly floating over. Sophia was obviously someone who liked the water. She was the real sea burial king. After a while, she stopped standing in the water bubble with Juliet. Her slender and graceful body suddenly fell out of the water bubble and into the sea. Her long black curly hair floated in the sea, and her black dress swayed with a beautiful melody. Coupled with her sculpture-like exquisite appearance, it was truly too beautiful to be absorbed in all at once. Sophia was relieved, but Juliet was shocked. She held the sea soul lamp in one hand and glared at Sophia, not caring about the other party's identity. The second princess didn't move her limbs at all, but her body quickly floated forward. Behind her, the bubble carrying Juliet also followed. Sophia said, "Let's go. Go down." Jiang Shao was confused. She could talk in the water? This was not scientific. Prince Bino said, "Let's go." Jiang Shao was speechless. Sophia controlled the water bubble with one hand. The three of them quickly swam down. Jiang Shao was troubled. "Friend, why don't you go? Follow me." This silly mask. Prince Bino obviously noticed Jiang Zhao's abnormality. He stopped and looked up at Jiang Shao. "Get used to it. Just move your head a little." "Oh, I see." Jiang Shao tried to turn his body. His head went down, and he dove. Whoosh! Under the guidance of the sea soul mask, Jiang Shao was like a swordfish. Whoosh! Jiang Shao quickly retracted his head, and his body slowly came to a stop. This astral pet had intelligence. However, it was not the best. If it could read the owner's thoughts, then it would be called free control. However, if that was the case, it would be more troublesome. Prince Bino lowered his body and walked past Jiang Shao with a smile. He said, "I'll take the lead." Jiang Shao also activated nostalgia. The four of them lit up with golden halos. At the same time, they were also searching for other sea creatures. Behind them, Sophia raised her eyebrows slightly. Looking at the bright golden halo spinning around her waist, she reached out and touched it gently. Jiang Shao held the sea soul lamp that lit up the surroundings. He adjusted to the sea soul mask and slowly followed Prince Bino. The sea of stars. These words were always on his lips. This time, it was not just empty talk. The strange sphere was his star. The bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Here I come. The apex. Chapter 782. In a pitch-black, incomparably silent deep sea. "Don't be afraid. There are some kids over there," Prince Bino, who was leading the group, said all of a sudden. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and continued to swim down. He held the sea soul lamp in his hand and shone it in the direction that Prince Beano indicated. As the team of 4 dived deeper and deeper, the illumination range of the sea soul lamp decreased and almost shrunk by half. Before the sea soul lamp shone on the guests, Jiang Shao and the others had already seen several bright golden halos appearing abruptly. The diamond-level nostalgia had a radius of about 80 meters. In the deep sea, Jiang Shao was able to make use of nostalgia too. On land, a distance of 80 meters was nothing at all. Be it during the day or at night, people could see everything within 80 meters with their naked eyes. However, in the dark deep sea, a distance of 80 meters was considered very far. As the illumination range of the sea soul lamp continued to shrink, the effect of nostalgia became more and more obvious. With everyone as the center, all living creatures within a radius of 80 meters had nowhere to hide. In the distance, bright golden halos appeared one after another and eventually connected into one. Jiang Shao gradually stopped diving and floated in the deep sea. He held the sea soul lamp and looked up. As the small halos got closer, everyone saw a group of fish swimming in the sea. Jiang Shao was shocked, and his breathing became sluggish as he felt his chest tighten. Under the protection of the unique star technique of the sea soul mask, Jiang Shao could still breathe, but it was not smooth. Compared to the ground, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Shao to breathe at this moment. When he saw the dense, bright golden halos surging towards him, Jiang Shao even felt like he was suffocating. Cold scale fish, a common weak star beast. Ignore them. Princess Sophia's voice came from behind. Jiang Shao did not know if it was intentional, but her gentle voice made him feel more at ease. Jiang Shao lowered his head and continued to dive, but a problem arose. The so-called silver-scaled fish did not pass by their heads. Instead, they swooped down under the illumination of the bright golden halo. The group of cold-scale fish actually surrounded Jiang Shao, or to be exact, the sea soul lamp, and started to circle around it. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. In an instant, Jiang Shao was trapped in a school of silver-scaled fish. Above and below him, there were silver-scaled fish swimming in all directions. This, while he was at a loss, the surrounding fish got a little startled and made way for a hand to reach in. Jiang Shao grabbed the hand and was pulled out by a force. Prince Beano brought Jiang Shao out of the cold scale fish formation. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Jiang Shao's head. The little toxic healer, who was the king on land, was actually so adorable in the deep sea. As Prince Beano waved the trident in his hand, turbulent currents surged in the deep sea. The shoal of fish chasing after the sea soul lamp's light immediately changed their formation, fleeing in panic. The shoal of fish above his head fled in a panic. Only then did Jiang Shao see that there was a huge fishball made up of silver-scaled fish not far above his head. The sea soul lamp in Juliet's hand must have attracted the attention of the silver-scaled fish. Suddenly, Jiang Shao saw a hand reach out of the huge fishball and release waves with bubbles. Every time the fish passed by the hand, they would swim away according to the direction of the waves. It seemed that every race had a leader. As the silver-scaled fish at the front were washed away by the waves, the silver-scaled fish behind them followed suit. The huge fishball was like a ball of yarn. Someone pulled on one end of the thread, and it slowly spun and peeled off. As the last group of silver-scaled fish followed the large group, Sophia retracted her hand. Behind her, Juliet, who was in the bubbles, looked nervous, but she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Sophia's voice came from the deep sea. Their appearance means that we have gone very deep. It also means that there will be dimensional space gates in the surroundings. Be careful. Prince Beano sighed and said, "We haven't seen many marine creatures on Earth along the way. They should have been chased away by those guys." Sophia asked, "This has long been the territory of the creatures of other dimensions, hasn't it?" Prince Beano grabbed Jiang Zhao's wrist and swam downwards. He said, "Be careful and follow behind me. You don't have any perception-type star techniques. It's very dark here, and the dimensional space gates are very hidden." In the sea, Those gates are cleverly integrated with the seawater and are not as conspicuous as the dimensional space gates on land. Oh, Jiang Shao wanted to answer, but he spat out a few bubbles instead. After Prince Beano helped Jiang Shao adjust his direction, he let go of his hand and continued to swim downwards. However, Jiang Shao felt that it was getting more and more dangerous. Not only did he feel a tightness in his chest, but he also felt creepy. It was too quiet and dark here. He missed the feeling of having his feet on the ground and life in human society more and more. After diving for a long time, it seemed that the deep sea was endless. At the edge of the detection of Jiang Zhao's halo of nostalgia, the color of the halo would occasionally flash before disappearing without a trace. The mysterious feeling of the unknown made Jiang Zhao's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the Sea Burial King and his brother were there. As long as they didn't speak, the creatures that approached them should not be in too much danger. Jiang Shao couldn't help it anymore. He reached out and threw out a ray of blessing. Generally speaking, the light of blessing would fall from sky. In fact, blessing would fall from mid-air, and there was indeed a process of descending, but it did not land from the clouds. During the World Cup, Juliet wrapped herself in flower vines, and Jiang Shao couldn't throw the light of blessing in from the outside. However, if Jiang Shao was inside the layers of flower vines, the blessing would fall as long as there was enough space inside. It was not Jiang Zhao's fault. Jiang Shao, who had difficulty breathing for a long time, really wanted to see the light. The gentle blue light of the sea soul lamp, which had previously amazed him, made him feel lonelier the more he looked at it. Even though there were 3 people accompanying him, Jiang Shao still felt uncomfortable in the silent and endless deep sea. It couldn't be helped. The difference between this place and land was too great, and he was especially uncomfortable. This white light, which could be called holy light, suddenly appeared in the sea and descended from a certain direction. Jiang Shao finally discovered that they were not moving vertically downwards, but 45% of the way downwards, because the direction they were moving informed an angle with the light of blessing. If he were swimming by himself, he would at least be able to feel up and down. However, with the help of the unique star technique of the Sea Soul Mask, Jiang Shao swam around effortlessly. In the dark deep sea, Jiang Shao gradually began to feel the illusion of weightlessness. At this moment, Jiang Shao also realized the seriousness of the matter. He reckoned that it was probably the same for his field tier. Yes, he was a god in the field tier domain, but he might get lost in the darkness. Blessing was always from top to bottom, so it could be used to identify the direction. The holy light disappeared and Jiang Shao pursed his lips, only to discover that Prince Beano's figure had also disappeared. Did he swim so fast? That's not right. Even if he swam out of the illumination range of the Sea Soul Lamp, he shouldn't have swum out of the range of nostalgia in such a short period of time, right? After all, Prince Beano had been intentionally slowing down. Jiang Shao turned around in the sea and looked behind him, only to be slightly shocked. Where are Juliet and Sophia? Where nostalgia? Jiang Shao looked down at the nostalgia rotating around his ankle. That's right. I've been activating nostalgia. Where am I? Gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao spat out a string of bubbles and thought, did I accidentally enter a dimensional space? He carried the Sea Soul Lamp and shone it around, searching for the possible existence of a dimensional space. Suddenly, a bright golden nostalgia appeared behind him and approached him at an extremely fast speed. It always stayed behind Jiang Shao and sped towards him. Jiang Shao kept turning around and floated on the spot, looking around. Whoosh! A wave came from under his feet, and before Jiang Shao could react, a pair of hands had already grabbed his ankle. Jiang Shao was shocked. He struggled and kicked his feet while holding the Sea Soul Lamp and bowed down, only to see an unfamiliar face. It was a handsome face. Jiang Shao was instantly stunned. It was a young man with long hair fluttering in the water. He looked about 18 or 19 years old and looked up at Jiang Shao with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Noticing that Jiang Shao was no longer kicking his legs, the handsome young man let go of Jiang Zhao's ankle. He swam his body, circled around Jiang Zhao's body, and spiraled upwards. Yes, His movements were like a snake, sticking close to Jiang Zhao's body, spinning, sizing him up, and slowly swimming up. Finally, the handsome face stopped in front of Jiang Zhao's face. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhao spat out a string of bubbles, which translated to, hello. The handsome young man's scrutinizing expression gradually stiffened. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently pinched Jiang Zhao's face. To be exact, he pinched the sea soul mask on Jiang Zhao's face. Only then did he have a look of realization. Jiang Zhao also took the opportunity to size him up. The upper body of a human, the lower body a fish. The long fish body began to change from the waist all the way to the bottom, covered with scales all the way to the tail. Sea soul, fish demon. Jiang Zhao was a little confused. Wasn't the sea soul domain a particularly rare dimensional space? Even the reward for this elite invitational tournament was the sea soul domain 3-piece set. These European nobles were all knowledgeable people and would never be fooled in this aspect. Did he win a lottery? Accidentally entered the sea soul domain? The handsome young man's body swam slightly and his lips moved closer to Jiang Zhao's ear. He slowly opened his mouth. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank, and his subconscious reaction was to give a blessing. Whoosh! The platinum-quality sea soul fish demon reacted extremely quickly. He immediately bent his body and tail into a semicircle, allowing the beam of blessing to miss. There was another yell, and the sea soul fish demon turned around and swam away. The yell was not an ordinary sound, but a special sound type, star technique of the sea soul fish demon. Jiang Zhao, who was suffering from a splitting headache, slapped Bell on the side of his face. After a while, he came back to his senses and saw a bright golden halo of nostalgia floating in the distance. Then, the ear-piercing sound was heard again, hiss, hiss, hiss. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhao spat out a string of bubbles with a furious expression, which translated to, damn it. Jiang Zhao's eyes were slightly red. The field tear domain was cleverly mixed with the seawater, and the outline of the field tear could not be seen at all. However, Jiang Zhao seemed to be holding something in his hand. Yes, Jiang Zhao was not holding it out of thin air. There was indeed a weapon in his hand. It was a sky halberd that was pieced together with the water of star power. As the star power in the water gradually became thicker, the sky halberd finally had a light blue outline. Jiang Zhao stuck his head forward and did not use the field tear to move. Instead, he used the sea soul mask and darted out like a flying fish. The handsome fish demon seemed to have found his favorite toy and was ready to play with it. However, the sea soul fish demon stopped from time to time, as if he was afraid that Jiang Zhao would not be able to catch up with him. He turned around with a mocking expression and shouted again, hiss, hiss, hiss. Sure, I won't play with you. Jiang Zhao stretched out his hand and cast a diamond-level sound of silence. Bang! Hiss! The fish demon's voice stopped abruptly, and he even vomited blood. There was silence in the deep sea again. Jiang Zhao held the sea soul lamp in one hand and the sky halberd in the other. Hello, you're great. I'm feeling lonely and cold. Just in time for a fish to relieve my boredom. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhao spat out another string of bubbles and charged forward. In other words, he was courting death. Today is the last day of the double monthly votes. Friends, please support the Little Toxic Healer bookmark for easier reading that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.